The 5 minutes is almost over. Can we settle? We have it's 3.5 minutes now. Can we start settling? Councillor Christians, can we start settling? Councillors on my right-hand side, can we settle? Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Councillor Bapela, Chair of Chairs, Councillor L. Collins, all political party leaders and works, members of the mayoral committees, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, fellow councillors, City Manager Mr. Floyd Green, Acting Secretary to Council Mr. André Olinga, officials of the City of Johannesburg, residents of the City of Johannesburg, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you all to the 17th Ordinary Council meeting of the City of Johannesburg Municipality. I want to start off by wishing the work of Council and the other 2 people a speedy recovery following a shooting incident on Monday, 29th January at Zachariah Park. Also want to send condolences to the families of the Rand Water executive and his protector who was shot and killed at the same incident. Condolences to the family of the late playwright Dr. Bongeni Ngema and the renowned anti-apartheid photographer Dr. Peter Magubane, who were both buried recently. Speedy recovery to Councillors Amott and Councillor Liedenberg, who are both hospitalized. Please join me in welcoming back Councillor Brenda Dami, who has been sick for a while. Welcome back, Councillor Dami, and thanks for fighting that fight. There has been a number of disasters in the city in areas such as Kliptown due to rain floods. Councillors, please join me in congratulating Bapela for winning against Morocco in the AFCON. We are proud of them. The country is also proud of them. I received a request for an urgent debate from Councillor Ntembu relating to hijacked buildings, and such has not been exceeded as it does not comply with the rules. A response will be formally provided to Councillor Ntembu. Councillors, please note the executive has indicated at the programming committee meeting that the mayoral committee will convene a meeting and might submit further reports if a need arises. As a result, we have received a request to add 3 more reports to the agenda items. That is item 12, item 20, and item 21. And I've acceded to the request. The said reports were distributed on time to councillors together with the rest of your agenda. At this point, I will then ask legal to confirm the number of councillors present so as to confirm quorum. Thank you. Legal? Okay, we are on 161, so the meeting is prorating. I will also now grant the 20-minute caucus to the ANC that have asked for the caucus. Councillor Safuma.
Thanks, Speaker. Speaker, may I implore you to repeat those items that were sent by the executive to the council once more? Thank you.
Item 12, item 20, and item 21. And they have been sent to councillors as part of the agenda, and it was in time and on time. And thank you. You can now have a caucus. 20 minutes. It's now 10:15. So in 20 minutes, it's 25 to 11. You need to be back, and 25 to 11 is 25 to 11. And thank you. settle down? Councillors, can we settle down? We are over the 20 minutes. Can we settle? Thank you, councillors. IT.
Councillors, we are proceeding with item 2, which is application for leave of absence.
Councillor Ran, is it a leave of absence?
No, it's not, Madam Speaker. It's a point on protocol.
I can't hear you.
It's a point on protocol, please, Madam Speaker, if I may. Protocol have been instructed to shut the doors to the corridor outside. It makes a bit of a safety hazard if we ever need to actually get out of the chambers, because then we only have stairs as well as the lift to get out. I don't understand what the reasoning behind that is. If you need to make a phone call or if you need to take a cigarette break, that courtyard is obviously the outside area. Please, could we adjust that and allow for protocol to please open the doors on that side? Thank you.
The phone calls is fine, but the cigarette break, I think we must stop smoking, all of us that are smoking. It's a health risk. Can we have, before we do the applications for leave, can we have a feedback from the caucus? Councillor, can we have your feedback for your caucus?
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Suffice to say the council business can proceed now. We have dealt with all the matters we wanted to iron out before council. Thank you.
Thank you for giving us the authority to carry on. Application of leave has been read out. Okay, we have the following applications of leave. MMC Magwenchu will arrive at 11. Councillor Zungu, due to ill health. Councillor Amot, due to ill health. Councillor Liedenberg, due to ill health. Councillor Dagama, on private business. Councillor Amit, from Al Jamaat, due to private business. Councillor Coogan has indicated she is not well and might leave early. Yeah, those are the apologies. Is there any other apologies? Councillor.
I'll help you out, Speaker. It's Councillor Avon Smith, or Gorgeous if you want. Councillor Niemand, Councillor Hughes, and Councillor Shabalala are also not available, I'm afraid. Councillor Shabalala, ill health. And same with Councillor Hughes and Niemand. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please accept Councillor Ralston's apology for ill health.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. MMC Leach will leave at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rafferty. Councillor Morema.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. I want to forward an apology of MMC Finance. He will leave at 1400 hours today. And also want to register that there are councillors. I just need to confirm with who exactly is going to go from Diepsloot, where there has been some shooting that has been happening in that side of the town. The councillors have indicated that at some point they might want to delegate who will have to go there and speak to the community. I'll forward that when I confirm, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you. Oh, sorry, MMC at 1600, not 1400, 1600. K4. K4. Like 1600. Thank you. Thank you.
If you put together the 2 4s, it says he wants to leave at 8 because there was 2 4s coming up. Councillor, Chief Whip of the EFF. Gabi.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting everyone. Councillor Mcini will leave. He will leave at 1 o'clock.
Councillor Makuba.
Thank you, Speaker. The IFP caucus will leave at 5 if we're not done by then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor from Action SA, Councillor Green.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Ngobeni for Ill Health, Councillor Whistler, Party Business. Councillors Libatlang and Sobi will be leaving at 12 and 12:30, and then Councillor Majolo will be arriving late. Thank you.
Councillor Abdul, did I see your hand up?
Good morning, everyone. Madam Speaker, may I please be excused by 5 this afternoon, and I would also like to request that the EFF councillor who is wearing his full emblem on his cap, please either hide it or remove it completely. Thank you.
Thank you, councillors. Are those apologies approved? Are the apologies approved? Thank you. Before the acting secretary announces the next item, I just want to welcome in the audience Mrs. Cheryl Pillay, the chairperson of the Provincial Drug Authority. Welcome, Ms. Pillay.
We are now on item 3, which is official notices and the statement by the executive mayor. Madam.
Councillor, it was a long holiday. Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I know there's a lot of confusion over my surname. A lot of us don't understand how women change names, so I think it's understandable. If we can please welcome, the DA has got a new PR councillor. Thank you.
Councillor Knott, I was about to do that. Please don't start with the surnames. Councillors, please join me in welcoming the new DA PR councillor to the city of Johannesburg. He's not new. He just went on a rest for some time. We all know him. Some of us served under him in public safety a few years ago. He is replacing Councillor Chloe Homer, known as Matilda. She was my Matilda. She was my Matilda, who has resigned. Councillor Masera, welcome. Can you stand? Mokomena. Also, please allow me to welcome officially the councillor from Cope, Councillor Mokome. I hope I'm not dissecting your surname, Councillor. Councillor Makome, can we see you? Right at the back, it's the new councillor from Cope. Councillors, I had a very good relationship with Councillor Homer, so I could say what I have said. She was my friend.
birthdays first. The mayor will.
Please allow me in wishing well councillors who celebrated their birthdays during the month of December and January. We start off with Delano Cowdale, Lazarus Mota, Andrew Stewart, Mpose Sedenyane, Faiza Chaim, Becky Mgaga, Gary Ramaro, Timakatso Molisane, Makosazana Ndlela, Nicole van Dijk, Caleb Finn, Andrew Mare, Lincoln Machaba, Anthea Leach, Esme Liedenberg, Councillor Cloud Ndozondo, Tebogo Mangena, Lenio Tsotsetsi, Tembelani Nenemba, Shedrack Ngema, Angela Sobe, Ramat, Councillor Lesilo, Precious Nkomo, Ricky Ne, Councillor Ntemba, Councillor Shumba, Stephen Nkonyeni. The January ones are Vasco da Gama, Agnes Zazini, Peter Rafferty, Yoliso Atwala, Renee Benjamin, Pindile Simelane, Matlatsi Serane, John Mokome, Raymond Nkosi, Lucas Lefuto, Nekotula Nofemela, Velapi Tefu, Terenzidi, MMC Magwenchu, Dwayne Ponsonby, Elmarie Atterbury, Hilton Masera, and Lucinda Hammond. Happy birthday to all of you belated. Can we now have the statement by the Executive Mayor, Councillor Kabelo Kwamanda? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Speaker of Council. Hopefully I'm audible, because it's always a challenge when I take the podium, Speaker, but I'll try to be as clear as possible. There we go. Let me take this opportunity, Speaker, to greet you, the Speaker of Council, to acknowledge members of the Mayoral Committee, to acknowledge the Head of Administration, the COO, the Group CFO in his absentia, Secretary to Council. Let me acknowledge political parties that are represented in Council, in particular those that form part of the Government of Local Unity. Let me acknowledge, Madam Speaker, our guests in the gallery, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen, and the residents in the city of Johannesburg. I don't know, Madam Speaker, maybe I should congratulate the national soccer team, Bafana Bafana, for having won last night first. No, I think the boys played very well, and they are making us very proud, Madam Speaker. Let me also, unfortunately, Madam Speaker, take this opportunity to acknowledge the affected residents in the city of Johannesburg as a result of the flooding that we have experienced in some of our regions. Madam Speaker, let me thank the ward councillors and the councillors that are in those affected areas for having worked closely with us in trying to remedy and assisting the households that have been impacted negatively by these floods. Madam Speaker, but also the support that we received from administration, in particular the regional directors who were on the ground, ensuring that the necessary relief is deployed. Madam Speaker, let me also indicate that we had an incident as well where one of our councillor, Councillor Zungu, who is the Chief Whip of Council, was involved in an incident, and he is currently recovering in hospital. I'm not going to go into the details, but I just want, as the City of Johannesburg, to give comfort to the family of Zungu, and to also register the fact that we are saddened by the incident, and we condemn the level of criminality, the level of lawlessness, and the level of present behavior that we are beginning to experience in our communities. We wish him well. We wish him a speedy recovery. And I know, I just received a report that he is recovering, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is also to note that as this administration, Madam Speaker, we understand the inadequacies and the backlogs that result in unnecessary incidents that affect our residents. And MMC Transport and the COO of the city have assured the fact that we will roll out a campaign that will ensure that we eradicate the cause of these unnecessary floods that affect the households of our residents. But thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to again welcome everyone to a new year, 2024. Hopefully it will be a productive one, and we'll work as a unit to ensure that the City of Johannesburg works. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor.
Constance, we proceed to item 4, which is confirmation of minutes, and these are minutes of the 16th ordinary meeting held on the 29th and the 30th of November, 2023.
We have 2 councillors on the speakers list for both the minutes. Can we have Councillor P. Smith from Freedom Front Plus?
Speaker, pages 13, 14, 28 and 29, the lists of the attendees to the meeting are not running alphabetical. Can they please be corrected? And then on page 16, the third paragraph, where it says taken seriously as this, if we could change that to as these people are. Those are the only corrections.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Rainton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We confirm the minutes are a true reflection of the meetings, and we also just await then the minutes of the in-committee whenever the next in-committee arrives to be able to produce those. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rainton. Are these minutes then adopted? With the amendments that Councillor Smith has given us, can I have a proposer and a seconder? Councillor Smith. Councillor Rafferty, thank you.
Constance, we proceed with questions for oral reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 1 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Councillor Nywepe. I hope I'm not dissecting your surname. Is the councillor in the house? Okay, well, it is from the ANC. Can we then move to Councillor Mosetla?
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Biotrans company that operates Rea Vaya bus system has been put under business rescue by the Gauteng High Court, and the board of directors has been dissolved. One, how will the business rescue of Biotrans impact the day-to-day operations and service quality of Rea Vaya buses? Two, what measures are in place to ensure the continuity of public transportation services during this period of business rescue? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Kunene.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me also join the Mayor for congratulating and appreciating the performance of Bafana against that country up there that does not see itself as part of Africa. It was indeed a heroic performance. The Biotrans continues to operate its business as usual. The two creditors decided to apply to the court to put Biotrans under administration or under business rescue because Biotrans could not meet its obligations to pay the creditors. That move is implemented by businesses that have got an opportunity to be able to recover. The business rescue practitioner is a seasoned chartered accountant and a forensic investigator. And he has been in the transport industry for quite some time, turning around companies. The business rescue practitioner now assumes the management of Biotrans. He is the alpha and omega. He has the last word at Biotrans. He has a plan to turn around Biotrans, and he's well on course to do so. He has been able to pay the bonuses of the workers. He's well on course now to turn Biotrans into being cash positive. He has now signed a contract with Marco Polo to supply buses that are needed to turn Biotrans around and also for Biotrans to meet its obligations to the city of providing efficient and effective bus service to the citizens of Johannesburg. So Biotrans being under business rescue does not put it under risk. In fact, that particular noun in the middle, rescue, means that it is going to be rescued. And the 300 shareholders of Biotrans will begin to see proper returns. They will begin to be able to provide for their families. So from our side, as Transport Department and the City of Johannesburg, we support this move, and we believe that the business rescue will be able to turn around Biotrans and to get more buses on the road. There are a few buses that will now be refurbished as money will be coming in so that we meet our obligations, or they meet their obligations to the city. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I hope I answered you, Patriot. Mosetla, fighter.
Thank you, MMC. Councillor Mosetla.
Thanks, Speaker, and thanks, MMC Kunene. And I think if really they are going to rescue the bus company, it will serve our communities better because we lack transportation for our citizens. But just two things. One would like to understand if the administrator at the moment, is he or his team reporting to your office as to what is happening in terms of the rescue plans that they are having? But secondly or lastly is, are they going to come up with a plan for the future to recommend to your office to say, we think moving forward, if you take this route, we will not have the same problems again for the bus company? Thank you.
MMC.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mosetla. A turnaround strategy of Piotrans that will include operations of Rea Vaya services is currently being discussed between the Transport Department, Cities Group, Legal and Contracts, and the Business Rescue Practitioner. So there are those report backs. The city, through the office of the city manager, has also brought in a legal firm that will then liaise with the Business Rescue Practitioner and brief the legal firm so that the Department of Transport and the office of the MMC and the administration is properly briefed on every step of the way as towards the rescuing of Piotrans. So yes, indeed, there is feedback, there are discussions, and the Business Rescue Practitioner does not operate solo. He consults with the city continuously and also the office of the MMC. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC. So that we don't miss anybody, Councillor Nwepe, are you here? I'm saying I don't want to dissect his surname. Nwepe.
I'm here, Speaker. It's actually Councillor Nwepe.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Okay. Can you proceed with your question?
I would like to withdraw my question. Thank you.
You are withdrawing your question. There's two questions. Which one are you withdrawing? Are you withdrawing both?
I'm going to withdraw both. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Councillors, we proceed with questions for written reply, of which notice has been given in terms of Rule 105, subsection 2 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to inform councillors that they are on the link and they are signed and you have access to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor.
We proceed to item 6, which is election of the chairpersons of the chairperson of the Community Development Section 79 Committee in terms of Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council.
Thank you, Acting Secretary. Councillors, please note yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The item has been read in. Can I ask for a 20-minute caucus break, please, before we continue? Thank you.
Caucus granted.
We need to be back at 11:30, not 11:31. Freedom Front Plus, 11:30. $11:35, sorry, my wiskunde werk nie vandag nie. Gwenchu, Councillor Van Wyk, the caucus at the back, multi-party caucus at the back. Can we be seated? Councillors. Thank you. The item was read into, but before we do that, Councillor, what's his name? Councillor De Lange, can you brief us? Can we settle, councillors? Can we settle down?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We took the time to deliberate, and I think we came to a correct conclusion on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor De Lange. Please note, councillors, that the election of the chairperson of the Community Development Section 79 Committee will be done in accordance with Rule 24 of the Standing Rules and Orders of Council. In this instance, voting shall be by show of hands on the basis that the aforesaid position is not part of Schedule 3 to the Municipal Structures Act. Councillor. Act 1998, Act 117 of 1998 as amended, the procedure set out in this schedule applies whenever a municipal council meets to elect a speaker, an executive mayor, a deputy executive mayor, a mayor or a deputy mayor, or the whip of council. I've issued the nomination forms to all political party whips for political parties to submit nominations for the position of the chairperson of the Community Development Section 79. I have received one nomination, and such is from Councillor T. Nkonko, seconded by Councillor Machete, nominating Councillor J. Mokomi. Councillors, I have also just received a nomination for Councillor Ronald W. Harris from Councillor Nkonza and Councillor Fatima Abdul. I just want to read to you Rule 24(2). Political parties may submit nominations to the Speaker at any time before the next scheduled council meeting, and this nomination was received 10 minutes ago. So that nomination cannot be accepted. Councillors, the nomination form that is valid and accepted is the one of Councillor Tebogo Nkonko and nominating Councillor Motlamane Mokamo, and it was seconded by Councillor Story Machete, and it was signed by the said Councillor Makome yesterday. I thank you. Therefore, Councillor Makome is duly elected as the chairperson of Community Development. Huh? Can Councillor Tebogo? Can we ask Councillor Tebogo and Nkonko to read into record, as well as Councillor Story Machete, as well as John? Apologies, councillors.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I, Councillor Mo-Africa Tebogo Nkonko, noble son of African soil, Upakaka Betwa, hereby nominate Councillor John Motware Mkome for the position of Chairperson of Section 79, Community Development, Isolate.
Councillor Machete.
Thank you, Speaker. I, Councillor Story Machete, second the nomination of John Motware Mokome for position Chairperson of Section 79, Community Development Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Essen. Councillor Belinda. IT, can we please fix the mic?
Madam Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity. I just want to check, I thought that you have just declared that the councillor was elected unopposed. I'm a bit confused why we're going back to the nomination and this thing. In terms of process, I just need to understand. Thank you.
Councillor Belinda. Councillor Belinda, because of the other nomination that came, we were a bit Makar, so we are just correcting the process so that it's read into the record and we've got everything fine. Thank you. I did apologize that we ran so quickly. Councillor Machete, you done, eh? Councillor Mokoma, can you please read into the record your acceptance?
Yes, I do accept the acceptance. Thank you, Speaker. The nomination. Thank you, Speaker.
Therefore, Councillor Makome is duly elected as the Chairperson of Community Development. Congratulations, Councillor.
Councillors, we proceed with the 7th item, which is recommendations to Council.
Executive Mayor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to table executive reports and the recommendations thereto. Thank you very much.
MMC Masuku.
Good morning, Madam Speaker and fellow councillors. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the executive, would like to withdraw item 15.
Okay, let's check item 15. The item is then withdrawn as requested. Thank you, MMC. That's done. Okay, that's done. Okay. Next item. We're going to this. We're not done. Yeah, we're going here now. We're going here. Oh, Chair needs to do. Chair of Chairs, Councillor Phillips.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Let me also extend that greetings to the Executive Mayor, members of the Mayoral Committee, Section 79 chairpersons, fellow councillors, members in the gallery, and also the media. Madam Speaker, I rise to table the reports for the legislature. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Councillors, on recommendations to Council, we're starting off with the first item, which is the tabling of the 2022-23 City of Johannesburg Group Annual Report for the year ended 30th June 2023.
Councillors, this report is for noting to MPEC. So we're just noting the report. Do we note the report? Thank you.
Item 2 is approval of a Greater Orange Farm Urban Development Framework.
Councillor Shay.
Good morning, Speaker, my fellow DA councillors, and to all other parties represented here that fundraise in South African rands and not Iranian reals. Today, okay.
Councillors, can we allow the councillor to speak?
Today, we stand at a critical juncture discussing the future of a community that, despite its historical support for the ANC, has been blatantly disregarded by the very same party for nearly 3 decades. Let us first acknowledge where credit is due. The drafting of the Greater Orange Farm Urban Development Framework was initiated under the leadership of the Democratic Alliance. It was our vision and our dedication to the people of Orange Farm that laid the groundwork for this transformative plan. However, the journey from conception to tabling has been tumultuous, marred by political gamesmanship and unnecessary delays, primarily at the hands of the ANC, EFF, PA, DA, Doomsday Coalition. As Nelson Mandela once wisely said, come on guys.
Councillors.
As Nelson Mandela wisely said, a nation should... You guys are so cute, eh? You really are.
Councillors, can I hear the councillor, please?
Respectful to Mandela, please.
Councillors, can I have order, please?
As Nelson Mandela wisely said,
Councillors, can we not heckle the councillor? Because when we get onto the podium, councillors, please.
I've got time.
Councillors.
Okay. The nation should...
Councillor, can you have a seat, please?
Okay.
Councillors, can we please not do this? Assembly, we need to listen here. Councillor Juwaira. Councillors, can we please not do this, please? Otherwise, we're going home tomorrow morning. Assembly. Yes, Councillor. Chairperson.
On the point of order, that one can't speak about Mandela while Mandela was against Zionist. Thank you very much. He must speak about Herzog, Jan van Riebeeck, and the rest, not Mandela. Thank you very much.
We don't have that one. Councillor, we don't have that one. We don't have that one. Can we please can I get order on my right-hand side? Please. I'm begging you, let us listen to the councillor. Thanks, Councillor. You can proceed.
A nation should not be judged by how it treats its highest citizens, by its lowest ones. In the case of Orange Farm, the ANC's treatment of its loyal supporters has been nothing short of deplorable. For nearly 30 years, the residents of Orange Farm have been marginalized, their needs ignored, and their voices silenced. Yes. This is not just an oversight. It's a systemic failure to uplift a community that has consistently given its support to the ANC. Today, the Democratic Alliance stands ready to support the Greater Orange Farm Urban Development Framework. However, our support comes with a crucial caveat. The framework as it stands is insufficient. The ANC is, in sticking with their typical consumer culture, has completely forgotten the most critical need of the residents of Orange Farm, job creation.
Councillor, can you take your seat, Councillor Masetla? And then Councillor Nkumbi? Oh, no, behind you. Sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. It's Councillor Moepi, not Councillor Msel. I just want to find out that tie that councillors gave is wearing there.
No,
if it's allowed in this
no,
council.
Councillor.
It's got an emblem.
Oh.
Is that emblem allowed in this council? That's what I'm asking. Please. Because we have emblems in our possession, we can do that as well.
Can I see your emblem, Councillor? I'll get protocol to check what emblem it
It's
is.
a Star of David, so if they got issues with Jewish religious symbols, they must say it out loud. Okay.
You don't have to justify.
Can I continue, Speaker?
We'll just check and then we'll continue. Councillor Belinda?
Madam Speaker, freedom of religion is protected by the Constitution. It is the first time in this council chambers that somebody's religion, an expression of their religion, is being questioned. Can I ask that we tread cautiously, that we tread very cautiously to question somebody's religion in this council chambers, please? This is unacceptable. Please, can I please just address you, Speaker? Because I see there's a lot of speakers here. Madam Speaker, may I ask you to please ensure that we, as all councillors of different religions, different political affiliations, are protected in these chambers. I implore you to do that. And our religions. Thank you so much.
Can I address the leader of the opposition? Councillor Belinda, I cannot see from here what that emblem is. Thus, I said, I'm going to ask protocol to go and check what emblem it is. Whether it's a political party, then I can respond. So no one has given me a chance to get protocol to come back to me and say what emblem it is. Can I do that? And then I can respond to it. I am not saying, I didn't say, I don't know whether it's religious, what it is. I first want to verify what it is and consult. Can I do that? Even before your hand goes up for a follow-up. But can I first get my satisfaction? I can't see from here. I really can't see from here. Councillor, I first want to verify what that is, and then I will have people responding. I cannot even see the councillor that's sitting here. So how am I going to see what's there? Now, Councillor, please. Councillor De Rocha, I will take your hand after I have my satisfaction there. I'm not taking any hands right now. Protocol, can you go and get me what that is there, and then I can come back and report back to you. Councillors, protocol has reported it is only a star that's on the tie. I cannot ask the councillor to take off his tie and bring his tie to me, but it is only a star that is on his tie. And that is it. So can we then say, case closed, councillor? The councillor that has brought the point of order is very happy with what I'm saying. So that's it. Thank you, councillor. Councillor Shay, I'm going to allow for you to carry on. I'm not going to open up. It is a star, and that is it. Councillor Belinda, as a stare. As a stare and a skla. The case is closed. No, councillor, it is a star, Councillor Nkonko. Councillor Belinda, can we carry on? Councillor Shay, can you get up to continue with your speech? Councillor Shay, can you carry on? I'm not taking any hands right now. I'm done. Councillor Shay is going to carry on with his speech.
This plan lacks job creation. I suppose this isn't surprising, since it's abundantly obvious that the ANC has zero economic understanding, with even the president's so-called business acumen proving to be an illusion created by the corruption of BEE. Job creation is just something the ANC isn't capable of doing. But aren't you lucky that you got the DA here? The party governing the province, the province with the lowest unemployment levels in the country and highest job creation figures. We are here to point you in the right direction. To address the unemployment challenges of Orange Farm, we are leading the call for the inclusion of a dedicated industrial and commercial zone within the framework, a move that is critical for stimulating economic growth and providing employment opportunities in Orange Farm. The inclusion is not just about economic development, it's about restoring dignity and hope to a community that has been
Councillor
neglected
Shay,
for
you
too
have
long.
2 minutes.
It's about transforming Orange Farm from a forgotten area to a hub of activity and prosperity. As Winston Churchill once said, to improve is to change. To be perfect is to change often. The Democratic Alliance is committed to driving the change to ensure that this framework is not just a document of hollow promises, but a dynamic plan that brings real, tangible improvements to the lives of the people of Orange Farm. In closing, let us not forget about the true measure of our success will be how we uplift the lives of people in Orange Farm. Democratic Alliance is dedicated to this cause, and we urge all parties to join us in transforming the narrative of Orange Farm from one of neglect to one of hope, prosperity, and dignity. We will hold this coalition to account to ensure that the promises of this framework are realized and not just words in the wind like so many other promises made to the residents of Orange Farm. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shay. Councillor Neft.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the fabulous 44, as well as the residents of the city of Johannesburg and everybody in this chamber. Action SA welcomes the adoption of the urban development framework for the Orange
Councillor,
Farm.
can you speak slightly louder? We can't hear you.
Is this better, Speaker?
Yeah.
Action SA welcomes the adoption of the urban development framework for Orange Farm. The planned path to urbanization is about 3 decades overdue, with the community of Orange Farm and many other communities have rather reluctantly become accustomed to the regular 5-yearly visit where the annual promise of delivering the moon and the stars is made, but what is delivered in reality is more potholes, sinkholes, flooded streets, flooded communities, burning buildings, failing bridges, and the occasional streams of feces running down our streets. Let this year, 2024, and this framework usher in a commitment from us as office bearers to deliver a better living standard and end the injustice our people have been subjected to. Action SA notes and approves the item.
Thank you, Councillor Neff. Councillor Mosetla.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the EFF caucus led by Party Leader, Chairperson Rasirute. I rise today in support of the Greater Orange Farm Urban Development Framework. I stand before you today as a representative of the EFF, advocating for a transformative approach to the Greater Orange Farm Urban Development Framework. Our vision for the government is one that builds state and government capacity, an approach that aims to abolish the prevalent tender system. This paradigm shift is crucial for eradicating corruption, ensuring timely project completion, and upholding the highest standards of quality in our developmental endeavors. This comprehensive plan represents a significant milestone in our collective efforts to transform Orange Farm into a sustainable, economically vibrant, and desirable place to live in. The vision encapsulated in this framework aligns with our commitment to fostering resilient communities, improving the quality of life, and driving development that benefits all residents. Corruption undermines the very essence of our democracy. By building state capacity, we reduce the reliance on external contractors and consequently minimize opportunities for corrupt practices. A transparent and accountable government is paramount to fostering public trust. Speaker, we just hope that, unlike the sports facility project that has delayed and has seen people dying because of negligence regarding to unattended open trenches, Orange Farm community will be protected from this project. Just last week, Speaker, community members were shot at and injured by construction mafias because of this tender system. The Greater Orange Farm UDF is not merely a plan, it is a strategic roadmap designed to uplift this community with a three-component structure focusing on tangible deliverables, spatial plan review, and catalytic projects. We aim to create lasting positive impacts. The involvement of various stakeholders from government entities to private sector and community organization is a testament to our commitment to inclusive development. This framework addresses critical aspects such as social inclusivity, economic sustainability, and environmental considerations. Let's seize this opportunity to approve the Orange Farm UDF, a blueprint that will guide our efforts in creating a thriving, resilient, and sustainable community. The UDF commitment to quality urbanism, walkable neighborhoods, and responsible environmental management is crucial for the long-term well-being of Orange Farm. It ensures that our community not only thrives economically, but also remains economically conscious. In conclusion, Speaker, I urge my fellow councillors to recognize the transformative potential of the Orange Farm UDF. By improving this framework, we are not just endorsing a plan, we are investing in the future of Orange Farm and its residents. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mosetla. Councillor Lefutso from the ANC.
Thank you, Speaker. And thank you. Good morning, everyone. The Mayor of Johannesburg, Chairperson of the glorious movement, the African National Congress. Speaker, allow me to utter the words of our Mayor by starting to congratulate the Bafana for a long-awaited win. As the chairperson once said, we must go and watch and support our national team. Yesterday we have received that. And also, Speaker, if you can allow me to acknowledge and receive and congratulate the South African government by challenging the genocide which was happening in Palestine. In that the ICJ has acknowledged that the Israel were bombarding illegally. Maybe Councillor Shea should have made contacts with his president to say he must stop the bombardment. Around December, I have learned.
Councillor, can you take your seat? There's a hand. Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if you go back into the record, you will see there's a ruling of this House that says a councillor who is not the member in charge or the MMC responding must not respond to speeches of other councillors. They must stick to their speech and carry on with that. It is a ruling of this House. Thank you.
That's not a rule, Councillor. Councillor, can you please continue with your speech?
Thank you very much, Speaker. You know, if some of us, there are chest pains that develop when we speak, maybe we should do something about that. But I was on the podium relating that around December, Speaker, I have learned on Al Jazeera that there's about 24,000 that Palestinians have been killed. Now, if we're going to be proud and say utterances that we are mentioning in this chamber, then it is very sad that 24,000 souls have been lost.
Councillor, can you take your seat? There's a point of order. Councillor Belinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on a point of order, Rule 72. The councillor that is on the podium at the moment is referring us to deaths in other countries. We would like him to also refer to the deaths that are happening in South Africa every single day.
Councillor, can you continue with your speech? You have 6 minutes left.
These are the results of beneficiation from apartheid. But then, nonetheless, Speaker, we learn as we go. I spoke of chest pains. Those are coming. That are now coming out. Let me go to development and planning framework. As the African National Congress chair, we approve the greater framework urban development. It has been long awaited for the development of the previously disadvantaged areas like Orange Farm, Sebokeng, and Everton. Some of us and most of us in this chamber have families who live around those areas. During the apartheid, the area was never developed, but since the establishment of the democratic government in South Africa, Orange Farm found at least some expression. Today, we are approving, and I'm glad to be part of that, then the African National Congress is approving the development of the framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Mgcina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to councillors. Let me note all the statements presented by councillors and, of course, appreciate the support that we're getting on this particular important framework. And just clarify, Councillor Shea, on the claims that he is presenting to the House, which are untruth, that this UDFs were an initiative of the then Mayor Makubu, and may his soul rest in peace, during his mayorship in around 2020. That's when we started the initiative of the urban development frameworks. And I must also say to the House that expect more development frameworks in other areas to load or come to council. This is just the start of good things that are to come, Madam Speaker, and really appreciate, and I'm noting as well, Councillor Masehla, your concerns around projects, challenges that we continue experience, that I believe that if we work together as a team, we'll achieve a lot, and really appreciate the support. Thanks.
Thank you, MMC Mgcina. The recommendation is on 2.8. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Councillors, we proceed to item 3, which is commencement of the recruitment process for the Executive Director for Community Development.
Councillor Ran.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, honourable members of the City of Johannesburg Council. Today we stand at the precipice of a decision that could either demonstrate our commitment to financial responsibility or plunge us deeper into the abyss of fiscal irresponsibility. The proposal before us, the commencement of recruitment process for the Executive Director, Community Development position, must be scrutinised in the harsh light of the economic challenges facing our nation at the moment. In the wake of the medium-term budget policy statement issued by the National Treasury on November 1, 2023, it is evident that our economic hardship and our ship is navigating treacherous waters. However, the ANC-led coalition of corruption seems to be steering with reckless abandon, heedless of the fiscal storm clouds gathering overhead. The National
Councillor Ran, can you take your seat? There's a point of order. Councillor? I can't see your name from here.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Teboho Marumo, compliments to you. Can the councillor withdraw the ANC-led coalition of corruption, because we don't have such in the city of Johannesburg?
Councillor Ran, can you please withdraw the corruption, please? Please.
I withdraw, Madam Speaker. I will replace then with the Doomsday Coalition led by the ANC.
Councillor Ran, and all councillors, please, let's not do what we are doing. There's a government of local unity, not a government of doomsday. Please. Can the councillor continue with her speech? And don't replace it with any dooms or anything, please, councillor. You can continue with your speech, but please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The National Treasury has issued a stern directive, a freezing on hiring, a clear call to tighten our belts and exercise fiscal prudence. Yet the ANC and their partners continue to live in a financial fantasy land, ignoring the pressing need for cost-cutting measures. This freeze is not a mere suggestion. It is a lifeline thrown to a drowning economy, and yet the ANC, along with their coalition partners, act as if they are impervious to the economic cyclone heading straight for us. As if the fiscal shipwreck were not enough, The International Monetary Fund yesterday adjusted our country's estimated growth prediction from a feeble 1.8 to a mere 1%. This downgrade is not a reflection of external forces, but a damning indictment of the ANC's mismanagement, incompetence, and corruption that have plagued our nation for 30 years. In this grim economic reality, the GDP rebasing is
Councillor
not...
Ran, can you take your seat? Councillor Masindi.
Okay, Honorable Speaker, welcome in 2024. So I just wanted to caution the Speaker on the podium to say she must not be economic with issues. The projected things is not 1%, it's 1.6. So when she's saying what is wrong here, it's out. We can't have that.
Councillor Masindi, Councillor Ran, can you carry on with your Councillor Not?
Madam Speaker, we have a speakers list. If councillors would like to debate the matter, can they please place their names on that list? Otherwise, we're going to be here for 6 weeks while everybody interrupts every councillor and wants to debate everything they say.
Thank you, Councillor Not.
Thank you.
Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In this grim economic reality, GDP rebasing is not a mere technicality. It is a stark reminder that we cannot continue business as usual. It demands a radical reassessment of our priorities, yet the ANC and our coalition partners appear oblivious to the urgent need for adaptation. Fellow councillors, the coalition, led by the ANC, is driving us towards a financial precipice. We cannot allow our city to be held hostage by their wanton disregard for fiscal responsibility. We must reject this recruitment proposal and send a clear message that we stand against this financial recklessness. Our residents deserve better than the mismanagement and disregard for economic well-being. Let us not be accomplices to the economic vandalism. I implore you to vote against this ill-conceived recruitment process and stand on the side of fiscal responsibility. Thank you.
Councillor Bapela from the EFF.
Thanks, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings from the economic freedom fighters in Johannesburg caucus led by Bapela Rute and the caucus whip, our beautiful Councillor Tabisa. I'm happy. We are saying to you, receive our new season compliments. This item is for noting. And as economic freedom fighters, we are noting this item that the commencement of recruitment processes for the Executive Director of Community Development position be advertised in the length and breadth of South Africa so that we can get the best out of the pool of South African professionals to be appointed as the ED of ComDev. While we are still noting this item, we would like to bring to the attention of this council that Alexandra, the oldest township, has no roads, drains, electricity, water. So what can that also be noted on record? We have MMCs in beautiful suits who are responsible for these departments. Our people are suffering while you are earning half of the budget of the city, and you still have no concern about the affairs of what you are getting paid for. We see you in beautiful suits, sellouts.
Are you done, Councillor? Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think we're in a circus here. I don't understand where these comments and statements emanate from. But let me start first by greeting the beautiful councillors from the ANC, our caucus leader, Comrade Dada Morero. Madam Speaker, we are glad as the ANC. We've been talking about Bollywood and Hollywood for the longest time in this council. When the city of Johannesburg starts to properly do proper processes in making sure that vacancies are filled. People come with long speeches that say nothing to the recruitment process. As the ANC, we are glad that this government of local unity has started to steer the ship in the right direction. And that right direction is making sure that all vacancies are filled with proper, qualified people that will render the services that our people dearly need all across the length and breadth of this city, from Orange Farm to Braamfontein. So as the ANC, we are here to say we note the report, and can this process be quickly and speedily processed so that this person or that this person can fill this position, that the people of Joburg can get the service that they deserve. That's all. Thank you very much. Yo.
Thank you, Councillor Rapatu. MMC Masuku.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and to the councillors. I do want to say through you, Madam Speaker, that filling of vacancies is actually one of our key performance areas as GCSS. In fact, the Section 79 of Corporate and Shared Services holds us accountable to make sure that we fill vacancies on time. COGTA also expects that at a senior management level, positions are filled so that there's stability, there's leadership, and people to steer the departments in the right direction, particularly at a senior management level. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, this position is actually funded and budgeted for in our budget as the City of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, this is a very critical position because over and above its ability to bring social cohesion, the element of sports and recreation requires that we develop our communities. Therefore, it brings me great pleasure to echo the sentiments and thank Bafana for making the nation proud and for walloping those ones who don't identify themselves as Africans. South Africa has always and will continue to stand in solidarity with the people of Western Sahara. Morocco's colonization of Western Sahara is not acceptable. We stand with the people of Western Sahara against the illegal occupation of Western Sahara and the brutal repression of the Sahrawi people. Long live the people of Western Sahara, long live.
The recommendations are on page 3.5. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We proceed with item 4, which is acting arrangements for senior managers that are sections 56.
Councillor Mangani from the IFP.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished Madam Speaker and honorable colleagues, I stand before you today to address a matter that has been an unfortunate recurrence within our esteemed city administration, the continuous reliance on acting arrangement for senior managers. This pattern not only raises concerns, but also results in considerable burden on the city's financial resources. It is disheartening to note that some of the key positions within our city remain vacant due to suspension of previous senior managers who are regrettably sitting at home while still receiving a salary. This dual financial commitment, paying both the suspended manager and the one that are in acting capacity, constitutes a fruitless and wasteful expenditure for our city, and an expenditure that we cannot afford to sustain. The implication of this situation extends beyond fiscal realm critical departments such as group corporate shared services, transportation and public safety are currently without senior leadership. This absence hinders progress on essential service delivery, hindering our city's ability to fulfill its mandate of serving our communities effectively. As representatives of the city, we must question how we can uphold our commitment to community service when strategic core departments lack senior managers. The vitality of these roles in shaping the direction of our city cannot be overstated. Without decisive leadership in these portfolios, the effective delivery of services to our constituencies is compromised. Ladies and gentlemen, as IFP, we urge the city to act urgently in intervention to plan to break free from the shackles of these recurring acting arrangements. This has persisted for far too long. We must take decisive action to put an end to this cycle of instability. Our city deserves stability, strong leadership, and effective governance, and it is our responsibility to ensure that these aspirations become a reality. Inkomo.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, honourable members of the Council. I rise today with an urgent and uncompromising message on behalf of the Democratic Alliance. We categorically reject this report presented by the government of beautiful suits. That's the new term. This report is not just a bureaucratic document, but it is a veiled attempt to legitimize the indefensible. The disturbing reality of the numerous suspensions of senior managers are draining the financial coffers of our ratepayers and leaving crucial positions vacant for extended periods. This government talks about good governance as a priority, but their actions tell a whole different story. We cannot turn a blind eye to the severe financial strain placed on our residents due to arbitrary suspensions. Furthermore, the lack of transparency surrounding these decisions raises serious questions about the integrity of our leadership. As we dissect this recruitment process and acting arrangements outlined in this report, we cannot lose sight, as mentioned previously, of the harsh economic realities our country faces. Albeit that the National Treasury's medium-term budgets, as stated in November 2023, emphasizes the need for cost-cutting measures. Increasing acting positions for senior managers is neither prudent nor the most effective way to cut costs, as I will outline below. This report shows a blatant disregard for fiscal responsibility, completely ignoring the economic challenges that our citizens are grappling with. The legislation guidelines for acting positions was written with temporary acting positions and a situation in mind, not an ongoing situation with numerous positions at play. However, this government and the city manager, Mr. Floyd Brink, have found a way to bend the system to suit their own agendas. It needs to be mentioned that the impracticality embedded in using the legislation guidelines for acting positions for a prolonged period of time is evident. These guidelines stipulate that an individual must fulfill the duties of their position as well as those of the role that they are acting in. In reality, we know that this is an unattainable feat, and inevitably, one of these roles will suffer, jeopardizing the effective functioning of critical departments. Moreover, some of the individuals who have fallen victim to these suspensions are leaders in their respective fields. At a time when Johannesburg is facing innumerable challenges, we need to be the best minds, the experts, to steer the ship through troubled waters. These suspensions of top talent, combined with unrealistic expectations of acting positions, contribute to the city's accelerated decline. We as the Democratic Alliance are of the firm belief that these suspensions are not driven by a commitment to good governance, but rather by reprehensible and self-serving motives. And we believe that these people are put on suspension indefinitely in order to see out their contract terms, thereby not having to pay them out, and in the process, sullying their very good name and reputation. Therefore, we reject the notion that these actions serve the public interest. Instead, we see a deliberate pattern of targeting individuals who may not align with the coalition led by the ANC. Let it be known that the Democratic Alliance will not stand idly by. We will intensify our efforts to expose the truth behind these actions. The legislation should serve the public interest, not be weaponized by nefarious motives. We will leave no stone unturned until we unravel the web of corruption, deception, malfeasance, corroding the foundations of this very good city. Our residents deserve better. They deserve leaders committed to transparency, ethical leadership, and accountability. We will tirelessly fight for their rights and for the restoration of the city back to its rightful glory. Thank you.
Councillor Ngwenya, EFF.
Ngicela ukubingelela kinonke la endlini. Ngibingelela umphakathi wonke waseGoli. Bese ngidlulisa ukubingelela kwami kubaphathi benhlangano iEFF eGoli, ikakhulukazi uSiphehlele Raselute kanye noThabisa Mkhabi. Councillor Zungu ngathi ungalulama masinyane. Bafana buyani nayo. I rise to express the highest appreciation by the government of local units for the ensuring that Johannesburg municipality is governed by principle. And those principles are established to ensure that the municipality is not run as a family matter or race of some kind. And some kind, but being principle-based. The 11 identified strategic priorities are amongst those principles. Such is highly expressed by the organization of principle and standard. And that organization can only be EFF, not any other. Amongst all other very logical principle and standard of EFF, item number 4 is linked to cardinal pillar number 7, specifically on accountability. If GLU was not accountable, item number 4 wouldn't be tabled here today and being discussed. The acknowledgement is that this government has clearly taken the challenges that we currently face in communities of Johannesburg. If I were to mention few, Cosmo City, Braamfontein, Tepisong, Alex, and all others where streets are eroded, potholes, sewage leaks, rubbish dumps, seems to be a thing of every day. And if this recommendation of item number 4 were not considered, then we wouldn't know how these communities would be surviving, because the city of Johannesburg would be in a spear to get officials and forget the basic mandate of its establishment, which is customer, community service delivery. Thus, as EFF, we acknowledge and note the 3 points stipulated on item number 4 and request that officials need to be held accountable for the effort that this council is putting forward. Part of the accountability is consequence management, which is the measurement that we would like, to see more to stop the laziness by the officials. Somlomo, sengivala somlo. 2024 is definitely our 1994. And GLU must have an accountability mentality of service delivery, hence the extension invite to you all, as well as the community of Johannesburg, to actually come to Moses Mapida, 10th February 2020, this year, so that you'll be able to listen to a profound and clear manifesto. We are not scared. We are going there. We'll show you. I salute, thank you.
Councillor Rapadu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's a saying, Madam Speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor Rappa.
Hello.
Councillors. Councillors. Thank you, Councillor Rapado.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you very much once more. I think one of the Government of Local Unity's strategic pillar is good governance. And I'm glad that this government is showing transparency by tabling this report for all to see and note the kind of work that this government is doing to move this city forward. When this Government of Local Unity came into power, the acting vacancies were much higher than now. And I'm glad MMC Masuku and the Government of Local Unity that these vacancies have gone down to a much lesser amount than what we found when we came into government. I'm surprised and saddened that the DA speaks like they are the paragon of good governance, while they were purging people, and the city was littered with acting arrangements all over the place. So when we came in, we made sure that there's stability, there's transparency, there is good governance in the city in making sure that qualified people are placed in the right positions. Madam Speaker, there's a saying that rough seas make stronger sailors. We thank those that have manned the ship called the City of Johannesburg towards calmer waters. As we thank those that have steered this ship, Madam Speaker, the previous item 3, the recruitment, shows the dedication and enthusiasm of this Government of Local Unity in making sure that we fill these positions that the demonic alliance is complaining about. We know that
Councillor Rapado, can you take your seat,
I withdraw.
Councillor Rapado, can you take your seat?
I withdraw.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. He has withdrawn.
I withdraw. Before they raise their hands, I withdraw. But we know, Madam Speaker, that the purging that was going on in the city, the purging that was led by the DA in making sure that black professionals don't see the light of day in the city.
Councillor Rapado, just hold on.
I will sit down.
Have your seat.
I will sit down.
Councillor Belinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to rise on a point of order. Councillor Rapado must withdraw that people were purged. There's a court case happening, and they are currently purging black professionals. So please, unless you have proof, you cannot raise it in this council chambers.
Councillor, can you take the podium?
Madam Speaker, the double standard that is happening here is deplorable. If the DA leader wants to debate, she should put her name down on the speaker's list. She should put her name on the speaker's list. She must do that if she wants to debate. But unfortunately, we are not there.
Councillor Rapado, just have a seat.
I want to finish.
Councillor Belinda, I mean, you've just had your point of order, and now again. Am I what? No, I'm not. I'm really not doing that. And I think everybody can say I'm not doing that. 2 seconds, please, Councillor Belinda.
Councillor Rapado must withdraw purging of officials by the Democratic Alliance because he must prove it in court first and then bring it here to this council chambers.
Councillor Rapado, just hold on. Just hold on, Councillor Rapado. Councillor Belinda, we really don't want to get into the issue of purging black professionals. I seriously don't think we want to get into it right now. Can we allow the councillor to carry on with his speech? I honestly don't believe this is the platform right now to do that. I sincerely don't think, because that one hits hard on everybody. Councillor Bapela, I'll take your hand. Councillor Bapela, please.
Yes, Councillor Mpatlela.
Sure, Speaker. Thanks. Speaker, we're not going to be held ransom here by somebody who wants to get into the debating list without being on the item. If she wanted to debate this issue, she should come and be part of the item so that she can be given enough chance. And number two, I'm calling a point of order on you, Speaker. You can't allow a point of order on another point of order. It's a point of order, you rule on it, then we proceed. But this person keep on raising their hand and you are indulging them. I don't know why. So I don't know, they can't be indulged because they are from the other side. No. We're all going to be treated equally here. So she can't be always raising a hand on the same item, repeatedly debating it. She's not part of the debating speakers. So please, thank you.
Councillor Mpatlela, I've indicated to Councillor Belinda that I'm not going to be entertaining that. And I'm saying we are not entertaining it. It's finished, the case is closed. Councillor Rapadu will continue with his speech. Councillor Rapadu, continue. The clock has stopped for you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I continue, Madam Speaker, we are glad that there is transparency and we're bringing this report to this council so that we can demonstrate our commitment to good governance that is espoused by this government of local unity. And I've said before I was interrupted that we'd like to thank those people that have steered this ship through rougher and tougher times. But we're asking our leaders to move with speed in making sure that we fill the remaining acting positions that are there in the city. And the previous item, item 3, is a demonstration of that this government of local unity is moving with speed in making sure that all vacancies that are budgeted for are being filled in the city of Johannesburg. So in line with the national staffing regulations, we are guided by the national staffing regulations on how to proceed in this matter. So we as the African National Congress, we note the report, we move for the adoption of the report with all the recommendations in it. Raleboha, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rapadu. Councillor Ntombela, Action Essay.
Madam Speaker, the fabulous 44 in my caucus, and most importantly, you, the residents of our Johannesburg, I greet you all.
Councillor, can you speak into the mic, please?
It's funny. Madam Speaker, the fabulous 44 in my caucus, and most importantly, you, the residents of our Joburg, of our city of Joburg, I greet you all. I rise on item 4, which refers to acting arrangement for Section 56 senior managers. Speaker, I find it baffling that the government of local unity cannot ensure that contracts are renewed on time. This is not a rock science exercise. Madam Speaker, it may be prudent to invest a little bit of time in creating a Section 56 employee database with a calendar to assist in keeping track of the contracting dates. This will ensure timely renewal of contracts and will go a long way in bringing stability and the consistency in HR matters. One of Action SA's policies that we've drafted believes in a city that delivers high-quality service to its residents in a cost-effective, timeless manner. The policy also speaks of a city managed and staffed, a city managed and staffed by highly qualified, ethical, committed public servants who operates within high degree of professionalism, care, and sense of duty. With these concerns, Madam Speaker, Action SA approves this item. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ntondela. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, through you, Madam Speaker, I note Councillor Manganyi's concerns, and in line with what Councillor Rapadu said, the reason why we are moving to fill vacancies in line with the previous report is precisely to try and deal with the concerns that Councillor Manganyi has raised. And we are committed, also Councillor Ngwenya, to make sure that we recommend the right people to fit the positions. But moreover, our preoccupation is to make sure that we fulfill the KPI on reducing acting arrangements. Thank you also, Councillor Ngwenya and Councillor Rapadu, as well as the last councillor that just spoke, that for reading the report, because the recommendations are very clear that the report is to inform council of positions that are filled, positions that are out on recruitment, and positions that currently they are acting arrangements. We are doing this because we are transparent as this government of local unity. We are doing it so that we fulfill what we stand for when we say we stand for good governance. We are bringing this report because also the Act 32 of 2000 does empower the city manager to apply to the member of the Executive Council to note acting arrangements. So that is what good governance is. We're bringing it for you to note as council, and so that you are informed of what is happening. Madam Speaker, lastly, I do want to speak to the issue of suspensions based on allegations. Madam Speaker, council is empowered to bring a report if there are allegations on a Section 56 manager. The executive can bring a report, and that report comes to council, and an investigation must be permitted to go ahead, so that the official is either cleared, or if there's any wrongdoing, proper remedial action is taken. So there's nothing sinister about it. And by the way, we are not the first government to do that. Previous governments have done that and brought it to this council meeting. I want to remind councillors about a report on Mbulelo Ruta, about a report on Tsepo Makola, about a report on Hlula Msimang, about a report on Floyd Brink. It came to this council. We have never said that reports must not come, but that is why here we debate, so that a process takes place for us to determine whether those officials are guilty or not. And thank you, God, they are back in the city, serving as professionals, black qualified professionals, to serve the people of Johannesburg. I don't know why anybody would catch feelings and talk about people who are paged, because there are 2 people of color in this report that are actually sitting at home. And I repeat, we must be fair and treat professionals equally. So what we learned from you, I told you, we are not going to change it. We are just going to continue in your footsteps. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Masuku. The recommendations are on page 4.11. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. Councillor Ran.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. If we could please just note the Democratic Alliance's dissent on this.
Thank you. Dissent of Democratic Alliance.
Councillors, we proceed with item 5, which is the request for approval of the Master Service Level Agreement for the provision of commercial bank services for the city and its entities with Absa Bank Limited for the period not exceeding 5 years.
Councillor Knott.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May we indulge you for a 10-minute caucus break for the DA? Thank you.
I think we will combine your 10 minutes with lunch. So we'll be back at 20 to 2. We'll be back at 20 to 2. What's up? What do you have 10? Councillor Knott, I was still consulting. Councillors, please, can we have a seat quickly? Councillor Knott, did you want to say something? Can we quickly do that?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would not like to combine this with lunch. I don't think that is fair on our caucus. Every other caucus has been granted a caucus break. We are not asking for an extended amount of time. Noting that we started 45 minutes late because some parties were not even in the House. Can we please have our 10 minutes and then allow councillors to get lunch timelessly? Otherwise, they are going to be cut short, and then you're going to have people delayed getting back for the restart. Thank you.
Councillor Knott, we didn't start 45 minutes late. We were here at 10 o'clock. We asked councillors to come in. We started off at 10:05, and then we came back. That's a fact. We are saying that as the table, we were going to announce lunch at 1:30. So now we are saying, let us add the 10 minutes into the lunchtime, and we still have our lunchtime, and we add your 10 minutes. So lunch will be lunch, yeah, we'll add that into the lunch, and we'll come back at, let's just get the time right. They want 10 minutes.
They want 10 minutes?
Mm.
Okay, then we'll come back
At 2. We'll come back at 10 minutes past 2. Okay? Remember, we have people from your side that wants to leave early, so we must come back at the right time. we are already 10 minutes over the time we said we'll come back. Councillor Mhlongo, Councillor Safumba. We've had two more people that has left. The chair of chairs that's not well, as well as there's another councillor that has had to leave that's not feeling well. I want us to check the quorum, whether we're still correct. Councillor Not, your hand was up. Councillor Christians has also left, he's not feeling well. And then, yeah, Councillor Not, can you?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Yes, it's Councillor Christians, but also Councillor Coogan will also be leaving early. And Councillor Horwitz is also off ill. Thank you.
Okay, so can we just check Councillor Moremo? IT.
No, thank you, Speaker. I wanted to register, man. Earlier on, I indicated that there are councillors in deep sleep that has to rush to an angry community because of the shooting that has happened last night. So Councillor Mabuke and Councillor Make has left to go and attend to that issue. I just got a note also now that in Ward 105 there are some serious issues that are happening. Then Councillor Rapadu is leaving to attend to that matter. And there's just one councillor again. I'll also raise it with yourself, but I have asked that they go and come back. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Not.
My apologies, Madam Speaker. I forgot to mention Councillor Depi and Councillor Reddy. ESCOM has called an urgent meeting for 6 o'clock with regards to a major power issue that's happening in their wards. So they will need to leave around 5 o'clock or so if we're not done. Thank you.
Okay, can we ask caucuses to just ensure that all their councillors are seated? I see there's still councillors outside, so that we are able just to see whether we do correct. Please, can we do that? We'll ask legal to quickly count for us, if we can all come in. There's still some councillors walking in, eh? Councillors, can we reduce our movement so that we can be counted? We said 2:10, it's almost 2:45, and we are still not inside the chamber. Okay, can we be seated? We have 193. Can those councillors that are moving up and down, Councillor van Wyk? Thanks, councillors. Can we continue with our meeting? Councillor Knott, you asked for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're ready to proceed.
Thank you. Councillor Boer.
Middag mevrou die Speaker. Die vorige speaker het baie keer komplimente gekry. Ek wil ook vir jou kompliment gee. Jy doen 'n goeie job vandag. Baie mooi. I'm raising on item 5 the Absa Bank banking contract. We're glad that this contract is at last coming into place. It is very long overdue. We approved the banking contract last year already. There were some amendments to the contracts, which to us are looking fine as well. But the information that we receive is limited. If you look on Annexure C, there's one clause at the bottom which doesn't form part of the report, but it says Absa Bank and City of Johannesburg further agreed that a clause be added to the subsequent facility letter, which we haven't seen at all, requiring the City of Johannesburg to maintain an additional monthly balance of 700 million across all check accounts, failing which Absa reserves the right to reprice the credit interest rate quoted. We don't know what that credit interest rate is. The city's cash flow is under dire straits. We all know that. And I don't know if the MMC got an extra 700 million rand to put in Absa's account to get credit interest rates. So that is one question that we as the Freedom Fronts got on this issue. And then the last question is, there's a name mentioned here, Park Solutions. In terms of the MFMA, they are going to monitor this banking contract, which initially looks like a very good thing. However, there's no pricing involved. How much is this going to cost the city? Those are questions that we still have on this banking contract. But in general, we are happy with the contract. Dankie, mevrou die Speaker.
Baie dankie raadslid Boer en dankie vir die compliment ook. Councillor Rambane.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, We have waited for so long to get the master service.
Councillor Strike, can you speak into the mic, please?
Speaker, we have waited for too long to get the banking contract to come to this council. And then this has taken up to about 6 years for the banking contract to be finalized, since it has been always being extended each and every time. If you look at the banking contract itself, they are saying that the provision of the commercial banking services.
Councillor Strike, please speak into the mic.
Okay. They are saying that the banking services itself is for a period not exceeding 5 years. We have noted previously that the Standard Bank one, the previous one, the 5 years has expired and it was extended to another 6 years. And I believe I want to ask maybe the city manager, the MMC, to explore maybe when the starting of the new contract is start, they can start maybe advertising for the new contract that we start after the end of the 5 years, because that it takes a long time to actually approve, to actually deal with this thing. Now, I want to deal with the item itself. The item itself does not talk to what is in the annexure. You will see that in clause 12 of the annexure, it talks about the subcontractor. It did mention the 2 subcontractors on clause 12. On clause 12, they said 6%. I don't know whether on the contractor, on the agreement itself is 6% per contractor or is 3% per contractor. That's the question that I need to find out. It needs to be clear. But on the item itself, you then say 3%. On the agreement itself, you say it is 6%. ABSA says it's 6%. That is what is written by ABSA in the contract itself. But in the item, you then say 3%. I don't know whether it's 3% per each contractor or not. Then, if you go further, looking at those negotiations, there is a company which has commented, which is PEC Solution, which are then asking for, what they are actually commenting about is that they are asking for a job to be a subcontractor also. But then it then says that according to your proposed recommendation on comment 2, the city will engage ABSA to explore if the service of the PEC system will add value proposition to the contract, and if so, incorporate it such or similar service in line with clause 12. If clause 12 is 3%, and ABSA on the agreement they said 6%, that actually means that it will go up to 9%. It's no longer 6%. I'm not sure what is happening when it comes to subcontractor. Whether subcontractor, is it going to be 3%, 3%, 3% for each subcontractor, or whether it is sealed at 6%, which ABSA has written in their contract. That's one thing. The comment also for PET, it seems like they'll be given, they're asking for a job and it's not going to a tender. As a contract like this one, and I believe that it needs to go to a public tender, if the city will need such services, it will need to go to the tender. Let me go to what is called the implication. You said financial implication is none. It cannot be none. If you look at the clause number 8, if you look at clause number 8 of the contract from ABSA itself, it then talks about the pricing. Although even if it is not yet determined, but it is cannot be nine, maybe you should have told us that it will be determined after the negotiation. I'm just worried that the item itself is not talking to what the contract is talking about. Now, I think for me, for us to be able to approve this, it seems like the whole item need to be written nicely so that we can understand it, because the way it is there's a lot of question marks that one need to deal with.
1 minute left, Councillor.
I just want to add, if this contract, if this is going to be approved, that the city manager must go and negotiate the best pricing on behalf of the city, which is going to benefit the city, not to benefit ABSA. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rambane. Councillor Majola.
Speaker, Councillor Majola is still held up with party business. I would like to suggest that we move to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Ntemba from the EFF. I'm sorry if I didn't say it right.
Thank you, Speaker. Caucus Leader of the EFF, Spetlele Raserute, Chief Whip of the EFF, Honorable Mayor, Mayoral Committee, in particular our two very capable MMC, the undisputed 29 Battalion of the Red Sea, fellow councillors, members of the gallery. I greet you all in the name of expropriation of land without compensation for equal distribution. Speaker, I raise on item 5, request for a master service level agreement for the provision of commercial banking service for the city and its entity with ABSA Bank Limited for a period not exceeding 5 years. The EFF approves. We hope that this contract will be instrumental in creating jobs for the youth of this city. We cannot keep on entering into contracts that have no meaningful contribution to the socio-economic status of the city. Secondly, the city needs to embark on more creative methods to encourage public participation. It is 2024. The print industry is not as popular as it was 20 years ago. The city needs to move with the times so that more members of the public can participate. This way we will avoid business proposal disguised as public comments. Finally, Speaker, looking at a facility that ABSA will be providing the city with, facilities such as a overdraft at 1 billion in the city that is struggling financially, could be very suicidal given the mismanagement of funds pandemic. Intraday settlement that is at a minimum of 4 billion is unnecessary if people do what they are paid to do on time. Travel card facility at a minimum of 10 billion for a majority of already highly paid employee in a receipt dispute. We trust that the accounting officer will keep a watchful eye on such. The EFF does not at all promote a soft life for office bearers at the expense of our people. Speaker, remember that 2024 is our 1994. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sindani from the ANC. Councillor that just spoke from the EFF, can you please switch off your mic? IT, can we assist? Can you try your neighbor's mic, Councillor? Yo.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me first greet the ANC chairperson of the caucus, Councillor Dada Morero. Greet the ANC caucus. Wishing Chief Whip a speedy recovery. Not forgetting the Honorable Mayor and the Speaker. You are all greeted. Let me congratulate Bafana for a sterling performance that they displayed yesterday, regardless of those who believed to the contrary. We also welcome the ICJ judgment against Israel and congratulate the ANC-led government for demonstrating once again that indeed we are the leader of the society. We await to see what the UN will do with a stiff neck Israel. So said God when he referred to Israel, they are a stiff neck. It was so disturbing to hear Councillor San misleading the viewers of the News Africa the other day. Not to mention Councillor Santana,
Councillor,
who also misled.
Can you take your seat? Can you take your seat? There's a point of order, Councillor Not. Councillor, can you switch the mic off, please?
Madam Speaker, can we please stick to the item? It is in our rules for us to do so. If the government leading Joburg would like to discuss another item, perhaps maybe they should put it on the agenda. But honestly,
Councillor, can you continue with your...
Thank you, Speaker. It's a problem when the ANC is dragged in the mud and somebody thinks we will not respond. That equal to Councillor Santana yesterday when he misled the listeners of Radio 702 afternoon. It was very disturbing to hear that. As the ANC, we would like to ask this House to approve the master service agreement with ABSA, considering the findings of the Auditor General in the year 2021 to 2022. It is therefore for that reason that we would like this House to approve this master service level agreement, not exceeding for 5 years. And I'm happy that the MMC, Dada Morero, is here to respond to unfounded things that were said by the previous speakers from the other side. Thank you very much.
MMC Morero.
Sanbonani, in compliments of the new season. Compliments of the new season to all of you. Okay. I'll try and give a few responses to the issues raised. Perhaps start with the most critical issue I didn't greet the Speaker of Council, the Executive Mayor, and of course the Chief Whip in absentia, and all members and councillors present today. The issue on the 6%, perhaps that's what becomes critical, that I think Councillor Ramba would have asked, if not Councillor Boer. But what we're saying is that as part of the contract, ABSA should ensure that 6% of the value of the contract can then be subcontracted to small players, whether SMMEs, who will also be participating in the implementation of the contract. So basically that was saying in terms of that 6%. So it's us who have determined that 6%. In relation to the value of the contract, is part of what should then be negotiated, because we cannot be determined upfront, and will allow, of course, the city manager and the relevant officials to go and engage in terms of the negotiations on the contract, which also means on a quarterly basis, you should assess and value the contract and negotiate if there's any other issues, but you will not be able to do it upfront. In terms of the, I think Councillor Boer asked about some park solutions or something. We may have to indicate that, of course, as part of ABSA, ABSA would have came with some partners as SMMEs or the SMMEs that are part of the banking tender, and that would be out of ABSA who they would have appointed. It is not the city's prerogative, except that we do note that there are partners that ABSA is appointed. The last part is relation to the annexures. One, the advert should actually be annexure a D instead of annexure C, so it is there. So we would have corrected that part. So basically that is where we are, but it is also important to indicate to councillors that this banking tender has actually ran a very long period between the two administrations, and I think it's at a point where it needs to be finalized, implemented, and we can move forward so that the city's financial situations, financial interests are actually managed properly through this banking tender. So with that being said, we do hope that Council will support this report. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 5.4. Is the item agreed to? Okay, can those that are the yeses, can I see the hands? I wish I was in the... You can lower your hands. The nose. Can you lower your hands, nose? Those that abstain, can we see the hands? Thank you. The yeses is 168. And the noes are 61. Abstain? No. Thank you. The item is carried.
Councillors, we proceed to item 6, which is a group strategic supply chain management operational status report for the period 1st of July 2023 to the 30th of September 2023.
Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to ensure that our dissent is noted, and it's not with regards to the actual banking tender itself, it's the fact that the reports are incomplete. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, Councillor, we've become used to it that you say no, but you dissent as well. So we've become used of it. It's, yeah. No, it's fine. It's in the records. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, DA.
Good afternoon, Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise to speak on item number 6, being the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Report on operational status for the period 1st of July 2023 to 30th of September 2023. The report opens with the city objectives of good governance, financial sustainability, sustainable service delivery. To do this, it must provide this council with statistical management information pertaining to group strategic supply chain management. The necessity of this report is welcomed, as this gives the legislature a glimpse into the supply chain management process. Yet, effective oversight is not possible, given that the report has been tabled here before going to Section 79. Denying public representatives the opportunity to thoroughly investigate and interrogate the contents of this report, which has the total expenditure of over 1.6 billion rand on direct purchases and 8 million rand in stock purchases. Today, my speech cannot illuminate the contents of this report with any sense of conviction. What we have been presented with is a snapshot of stock levels in various stores across Johannesburg. The report's objective is to provide, and I quote, statistical management information. Fair enough, but what do statistics actually represent? Statistics help us to focus on the big picture. Statistics analysis of stock holding can provide a reasonably accurate, cost-effective snapshot of the condition of our stores and the management thereof. The statistics can also afford the executive and the legislature an unbiased view of stock holdings to avoid holding costly and excess and defunct stock and to minimize shrinkage, thus protecting the municipality from unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and the ratepayer's pocket from unsustainable, higher than inflation administered price increases, and the resident from failing service delivery through budget rebasing. Evidence to substantiate positions. This is what statistics provide us as well. They back up assertions Leaders can find themselves backed into a corner when persuading people to move in a direction or take risk based on unsubstantiated opinions. Statistics can provide objective goals with standalone figures as well as hard evidence to substantiate positions or provide a level of certainty for directions for the company to take. Statistics also make connections between variables. They can point out relationships. It ensures accountability, yet the stores and inventory management report has not met these criteria. For this standard to be met, comparisons to the same period in previous years and in relation to the whole year in general, in this manner, the legislature will climatize to trends and identify exceptions and potential wastage. This report does not allow for that. Contract statistics indicating that only one contract was advertised, which seems exceptionally low. But how would we know with so little context? The stores and inventory management report has not met those criteria. For this standard to be met, comparisons to the same period in previous years in relation to, no construction was advertised in the CIDB website for the period, which is problematic and indicates that we have an administration that is not serious about economic development. Given the low rate of collections and revenue growth, one would think that this would be a priority for this administration, floundering on an executive without a cause or the data to guide it. The caucus, which stands for accountability, requested that this report should be withdrawn to allow the committee to practice oversight. This request was denied by the MMC. So we are here today noting a report which has not been subjected to effective oversight. I thank you.
Action SA, Councillor Conny.
Good afternoon, Speaker. I rise to speak on items 6, 7, and 8, as opposed to the items separately. Greetings, Madam Speaker.
Just hold on, Councillor. Councillor, you can only deal with the one that was tabled. Thank you.
Okay, can we, this one we would like to put it for noting, Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor R. Ntamba from EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the chairperson of the EFF, Bapela Raserute, and the 29th Battalion of the EFF. Raising on item 6, Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operational Status Report for the period of 1 July 2023 to September 2023. We are now used to a municipality outsourcing their function to deliver services, and at the end, our people end up without those services because of corruption. The tendering system is the biggest scam used by some who are determined to steal from our people. And as the EFF, we believe in building a state capacity that will lead to the abolishment of tenders and minimize this heist in the name of tenders. Having said that, Speaker, looking at the tenders that are up for renewal, we propose that Council evaluate each one of them to determine if a renewal is necessary. This, we believe, will save the city a lot of money. An example of tenders that we believe should not be renewed: supply, delivery, and offload of hand sanitizer, surface sanitizer, and accessories for the COG for 3 years. Supply, delivery, and offloads of COVID personal PPE for the city of Joburg for the period of 3 years. These two are examples of unnecessary and unrealistic expenditure. If we dig deep, Speaker, we can even question if anyone has a hand sanitizer where they are seated or seen one in the building. Speaker, we note this report and we will be watching closely which tenders will be renewed. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor C.T. Buthelezi from the ANC. Councillor Buthelezi. He's not here, or she. Is it maybe the councillor that's walking in? He's not here, right? Okay, MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker. We do note, in fact, this report is not, doesn't really have to go to the committee, but nonetheless, we do note the concern as raised, and we think this is just a report for noting, and the concerns that you have raised, we have also noted. As I sit down, Madam Speaker, the 24th of February, we are inviting all of you to fill up Moses Mabhida Stadium in the city of eThekwini. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Chairman, yes, yes. Zokhala lapho. The recommendations are on page 6.4. Is the item agreed to? It's for noting, sorry, is it noted? Thank you.
Item 7 is a group strategic supply chain management acquisition status report reflecting bids considered and approved by accounting officer for the period of 1st July 2023 to 30th of September 2023.
Councillor, I can't see your name from here. Councillor Belinda.
No, Councillor Santana, please note our dissent as we as a Democratic Alliance feel that these reports should come to Section 79 for deliberation. I don't see why it needs to come to Council. If the government on the other side says that they're for good governance, I think they should then honour that and bring it to Section 79. Thank you very much.
Councillor, we have noted your dissent. There was a hand at the back. Okay, no. Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. All protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 7. That's the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report reflecting bids considered and approved by Accounting Officer for the period 1st of July to the 30th of September 2023. The necessity of this report is welcomed as this gives the legislature a glimpse into the supply chain management process. Yet effective oversight is not possible given that the report has been tabled here before going to Section 79. The Central Adjudication Committee considers and approves bids over 200,000 to 5 million rand VAT exclusive, whereas the Executive Adjudication Committee considers bids over 5 million rand and has jurisdiction to approve up to 10 million rand, beyond which it recommends to the City Manager for consideration and possible approval. As mentioned in my speech for item 6, it must be emphasized that the report for this period has not been presented to the Section 79 Committee.
Councillor, can you take a seat,
and
please?
therefore...
Councillor, can you please take your seat? Councillor Shay, can we please stop what you're doing? You know it's not allowed. Can we not do that, please? Please, Councillor. Councillor Peterson, can you take your...
Thank you, Speaker. As mentioned in my speech for item 6, it must be emphasized that the report for this period has not been presented to the Section 79 Committee and therefore has not been subjected to oversight. It is therefore incumbent on my colleagues in their applicable committees to pay attention to the acquisitions listed in this report and note them for their committee to conduct oversight in the areas to which the Central Adjudication Committee and the Accounting Officer have approved the expenditure of 5 million rand. Social development, as an example, for the appointment of a service provider for the supply of delivery and offloading of bulk seeds, feeds and irrigation materials for a period of 2 years. Group communication, the appointment of a service provider to book advertising and broadcast the 2023 State of the City address for what appears to be a total of 2 million rand, if one reads the first quarter report with the fourth quarter report from 2023. Economic development, the appointment of a service provider to conduct online training for 95 EPWP candidates on labor-intensive building practice at a cost of 5,000 rand per successful candidate. Please note, this is online, so which begs the question, how does one do labor-intensive training on an online course? Further, for economic development to pay special attention to is the appointment of service provider for the once-off development, branding, supply and delivery of marketing material for the City of Johannesburg. The caucus, which stands for accountability, requested that this report was withdrawn to allow the committee to practice oversight. This request was denied by the MMC, and so we are here today noting a report which has not been subjected to oversight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Councillor Nkonyeni, Action Essay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, fellow councillors, visitors in the gallery, those that are watching us on digital platforms, and of course the caucus that represents the fastest growing party right now, the FAB 44. Madam Speaker, with the elections nearing, we implore the citizens of this country to do the right thing and to vote for reform, change, good governance, and a party that will be accountable to the people of this country. We implore the people of South Africa to put foremost in their hearts and minds the importance of ethical leadership, which seems to have taken a backseat under the current administration. We note with concern that in a failing city under a failing coalition government headed by an equally uninspiring executive mayor, I don't see how an amount close to R1 million can be justified for the broadcasting and marketing of a State of the City address, which had no social or material impact to the residents of the city of Johannesburg. And if there is a way to cut expenditure on such items, then it is a no-brainer that the city should ponder on this. We can use that money to repair our failing infrastructure, especially our roads that are riddled with potholes, and I'm sure MMC Gunene would agree. As Action SA, we would also note, we also note with concern that the amount of 665,803 rands and 43 cents that was spent once off for the development, branding, delivery, and supply of marketing material. It baffles me as to what exactly we are marketing, given the crisis the city is in. Shouldn't we be taking strides to get our house in order first, before we can go on and concern ourselves with brand identity that is completely tarnished and fails to attract any form of investment? We are faced with a monumental quagmire of mammoth proportions created by the current state, which is characterized by a high crime rate, lack of service delivery, poor economic prospects, a crumbling public health service, and immigration issues, to name a few. It seems like our priorities are distorted. Thank you.
Councillor Ntemba from the EFF. Apologies.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Bapela Raserute, the chief whip of the EFF, Thabisa Mohali, and not forgetting the two hardworking MMC of the EFF. I raise on item 7, Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Accusation Status Report reflecting bids considered by the Accounting Officer for the period of 1 July 2023 to 30 September 2023. As the EFF, we note this report. We invite all South Africans to come in numbers to register to vote for EFF on the 3rd and the 4th of February 2024. I thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Buthelezi has not come back or was never here. There's no Buthelezi, right? Thank you. MMC Morero.
Speaker, good afternoon once again, councillors. Let me greet the executive mayor and do as others do and greet all MMCs of the government of local unity. Speaker, let me acknowledge the comments raised, but I need to deal with this matter once and for all. There's an issue by Councillor Chuzo Njoku, my dear councillor and friend. You know, I always practice to pronounce it proper. Let me just first deal with the issue about the report serving in the section 79, which discussion I suppose the Democratic Alliance had that discussion with the chair of the committee, Councillor Mpose Sedinyani, and they reached their own agreement, and I suspect they should then respect the decisions as made by the chair of the committee. But I might also refer you to the Municipal Finance Management Act, Chapter 7, Section 52, which details the functions of the executive mayor as delegated to these MMCs. So it does clarify which reports should come here and which ones would not come here. The last part of it, council is the highest decision-making body, and it shall therefore make those decisions. Let me also respond, Chair, and say, our task as government of the city of Johannesburg, part of our task is to ensure that we place Johannesburg as an investment destination. And therefore the purpose, once more, of the State of the City address is also to tell the world what is it that we are offering the world so that the world could come and invest in the city of Johannesburg. Now, having spent R1 million or 1.6 million in total in terms of the state of the city, we may want to go back and look at what was the return on investment based on the state of the city address that was made by the executive mayor, because he had positioned the city of Johannesburg as an investment destination. Unless, Speaker, we all agree that we must bring our scarf tins, that's what we call it in the township, lunch boxes during council meetings, so that we can have our own food. We don't have then to buy food, especially for the Fabulous 44. Majority of them are young, so I guess they don't get hungry like the older ones this side, who are battling with diabetes and all sorts of things. So we won't buy food anymore, and let's see what happens. Who will be the first to cry? Madam Speaker, I think I've responded, and as such, we therefore want council to therefore note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Morero. Item 7, eh? The recommendations are on page 7.3. Is the item noted? Thank you. Councillor Santana. Who's your neighbors?
There we go. Thank you, Speaker. Can you note the DA's dissent on this issue? Again, once again.
Thank you, Councillor.
Once again. Yes.
Councillor, can you be seated? Councillors, Councillor Santana, Councillor Santana, you've had the chance to debate, and you've just stood up just to say your dissent. Can we do that? IT.
Councillors, we proceed with item 8, which is Group Strategic Supply Chain Management EAC Deviation and Rectification Reports that were considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period July 2023 to September 2023.
Raadslid Boer.
Dankie mevrou die Speaker. Item number 8 is of the same nature of item number 6 and item number 7. I hear exactly what the MMC is saying about what needs to serve on the Section 79 committee and what does not need. But in order for us to fulfill an oversight role, we had those reports for the previous quarters on Section 79. This one did not come. Today, this report wants us to note a deviation report, and I'm going to read it on page 8.8 and 8.9. A deviation report for the appointment of ValueMax Northern Farms as the implementing agent for the development of Diepsloot Extension 12 mixed integrated housing development. It's a deviation of no less than 144.9 million rand. And the reason is ValueMax Pty Limited had to be appointed to complete the construction, in brackets, civil and electrical engineering services, of houses on the remainder of portion 1 of Farm Diepsloot. It was for a period of 3 years. It was therefore impractical to follow normal procurement processes for the intended services, as this is a continuation of the awarded deviation. Now we are bringing this report to Council, and we want Council to put a rubber stamp on 142.9 million rand deviation without even knowing why. This reason is not acceptable to me. So although we appreciate the reports and the openness, and we have fought for about 2 years on Section 79 Finance Committee to get those supply chain reports, and we really appreciate it, but don't expect us to rubber stamp 142.9 million rand deviation without knowing what it is for. Dank u, mevrou Speaker.
Baie dankie. Councillor Peterson, DA.
Good day, Speaker. I rise once again. Don't worry, this is the last time. I rise on item number 8, being the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management EAC, that's Executive Adjudication Committee, deviation and ratification reports that were considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period, again, July to September 2023. Again, the necessity of this report is welcomed as it gives the legislature a glimpse into the supply chain management process. However, effective oversight is not possible given that the report has been tabled here before going to Section 79, as already mentioned. Regulation 36.1, as the MMC is, I assume, also has been alluding to, of the Municipal Supply Chain Management Regulations provides that the accounting officer may dispense with the normal procurement processes and procure the required goods or services through any convenient process, which may include direct negotiations in the following circumstances. That is, in the case of an emergency. Number 2, if goods or services are available from a single supplier only. And number 3, in respect of acquisitions of special works of art, not applicable in this report. In respect of acquisitions of animals for zoos, not applicable. In any other exceptional case where it is impossible or impractical to follow official procurement processes. Now, as part of our job as oversight, it is also part of our job to ensure that officials are indeed following this process and that they are not using this section to regulation to push through procurement that otherwise should have been gone through supply chain management process. Regulation 36.2 does specify that the report be tabled at the next meeting of council, and it must include them as notes in the annual financial statements. So I concede that it would not always be possible for the report to be tabled before going to Section 79 first. However, these deviations are for July to September, and as per the regulation 36.2, this item was supposed to be tabled in the October sitting of council if we are going to follow the book. Glossing over the report, it can be noted that for the period of 2023, July to September, that 5 deviations and 2 ratification reports were considered by the EAC and by the accounting officer in terms of supply chain management policy. The departments involved were Group Risk and Assurance Services, who deviated from supply chain management process for the procurement of insurance services through an open and competitive tender process. However, the process has not come to a conclusion, resulting in the city deviating from the normal procurement. And as the city needed the insurance, this entailed, this happened to, it became necessary to deviate for the business continuity. So 26.4 million rand, VAT inclusive, was given to a insurance broker without going through the supply chain management for our short-term insurance needs here in the city. So it is highly questionable how a seemingly predictable administrative process, such as that of insurance, is not dealt with timeously. Another item on the report is JPC, 22 million rand for a cleaning contract. Again, why is the cleaning contract going through a deviation process? It doesn't fulfill the requirements, that is, emergency or goods or services are available from a single supplier only, or in the acquisition of special works of art, etc., etc. It doesn't meet these requirements. So why is it here in the special deviation? Why is council being prevented from doing its job by at least putting it through the Section 79 first so that it can be questioned before it gets to this point? Transport, again, a request for addendum to the resolution of the Executive Adjudication Committee approved and signed on the 14th of June for the appointment of Matembele projects in terms of Regulation 36.1 of the Municipal Supply Chain Management for the provision of technical advisory services to the minibus taxi associations. Again, does this meet the requirements for deviation? The cost of this deviation is 14 million rand. And the deviation is because the VAT was not included on the original report. Again, how did a non-VAT item get through supply chain management? The department erroneously submitted a deviation report indicating an award amount inclusive of VAT. Therefore, the department subsequently submitted a report to rescind the previous decision made by the accounting officer and seek approval of the deviation report for an award amount exclusive of VAT. The plot just gets thicker. Group corporate and shared services. Human capital management requests to deviate from normal procurement processes for the appointment of Internet Filing Propriety Limited to provide smart city managed services, which will include and not be limited to the provision of management and maintenance and support software licenses and maintenance and support for the Joburg solution suite. This is probably the only item on this report that meets the requirements. But again, how would we know, as this did not go to Section 79? As my fellow colleague in the Finance Committee has already mentioned, Value Max Farms. Again, how can this council be expected to approve 142.9 million with our eyes closed? So again, I reiterate, the caucus, which stands for accountability, and requested that this report be withdrawn to allow the committee to practice oversight. This request was denied by the MMC, and so we are here today noting a report which has not been subjected to effective oversight and is late to be tabled at council as well. Thank you.
Election funding.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Conny, action essay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to everybody again. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 8, which is the GSSCM ratification and deviation report. It is worth noting that we reject this report with the disdain it deserves, based on the following reasons. In this particular quarter of the financial year, the city managed to accrue a combined total of 7 deviations and ratifications. The department had embarked on procurement processes to acquire insurance for the city's owned motor fleet. This process was not concluded on time. This is where eyebrows start to raise and more unanswered questions start to beg. At this point, the Group Risk Assurance Department went to procure brokerage services to the tune of 26,425,000 rand for the duration of 8 months on a month-to-month basis. As Action SA, we believe that it is unacceptable for procurement processes to fail because they were not concluded within specified timeframes. This defeats the whole point of risk management because timeframes need to be respected, and failure to do so will result in unnecessary risk management, in unnecessary risk and the management thereof. Good governance is rooted in the principle of doing things right the first time, and this should be a standard as opposed to heavy reliance on contingencies. Next up on this glorious list of mishaps is a 22 million rand ratification that was the result of a non-payment to JPC, who provided cleaning services but were not paid on time due to the absence of a signed SLA. It is mind-blowing as to how a contractual agreement can be entered into without a service level agreement. This kind of negligence is strongly condemned by this caucus. The professionalization of public service is long overdue, and it is of paramount importance as outlined in our approved policies. Last but not least is the deviation to approve the completion of the Diepsloot Extension 12 housing project. While service delivery is of high importance, we as Action SA are of the view that delays cannot be tolerated due to departmental fumbling and incompetence. The bottom line is that projects should be completed on time with the utmost care for project management principles so that the city doesn't have to keep using ratification as the go-to measure and correction fluid for all mishaps of the GLU. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor from the EFF, Netemba.
Thank you, Speaker. As the EFF, we note the report.
Thank you so much. And I assume there's no Buthelezi. MMC Morero.
Thank you, Speaker. I do note the comments. I just want to clarify 1 or 2 issues here in relation to the deviation, especially as asked by Councillor Boer, in relation to the northern farms, which in fact what would have happened is that the northern farmed land does not belong to the city, but belong to the company concerned. And what we had done, because the contract had lapsed, we then meant we needed to extend. And as a result of that extension of the contract, we then had to incur some of those costs that are there, but I should indicate that the contract value remained as is, Councillors of the city. So I do note some of the concerns raised by Action SA. In fact, we do agree, and the matter was also ventilated in the executive in terms of our ability to conclude on contracts on time, which I think the mayoral committee has taken a very firm view that administration should move with speed in concluding the contract so that we avoid these deviations. So in essence, the Northern Farm was all about bulk infrastructure, which is aimed at social housing. So they had no other option except to extend. I hope, Speaker, I have responded to some of the questions, and we do note the report. And lastly, to remind you, the 24th of February, fill up Moses Mabhida Stadium. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Morero. The item, what is this, 8? No?
It's 8.
The recommendations are on page 8.3. Is the item agreed to, noted? Thank you. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, before the acting secretary reads into, I want to ask that could we take item 9, 10, 11, and 12, cluster them, because the speakers are all the same and the MMC is the same MMC. Can we do that? Can we agree on that? Councillor Belinda?
Madam Speaker, just with your permission, can I request that we have maybe a 5-minute comfort break? Thank you.
Can the acting secretary to council just read the items in, and then we can have the 5-minute break? It's 5 minutes, eh? And 5 minutes it should be. Thank you.
Councillors, we're on item 9, which is the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st July 2023. Also read together with item 10, which is City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st August 2023. Also read together with item 11, which is City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 30th September 2023. And lastly, read together with item 12, which is the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st October 2023.
Thank you, councillors. We'll have the 5-minute break. Councillors, can we settle down? Executive Mayor and Councillors strike. Yeah, you are like others. Can we settle down? We asked for 5 minutes, and we are over the 5 minutes. And some of you are asking, when are we getting done? It all lies in your hands. Was ik koek? Ons gaan net nog kyk waar ek koek hoor. Okay, I think the DA caucus leader asked for a comfort break. So I don't know how to report back from a comfort break. Was it comfortable? Thank you, it was comfortable. We're clustering all those together. So as we call you, you are going to speak on all 1, 2, 3, 4 items. Councillor Boer, Raadslid Boer.
Dankie mevrou die speaker. Dis lekker om so 'n bietjie Afrikaans te praat.
Councillor, can you have a seat? There's a hand up. Yes, Councillor, from the EFF at the back. I can't see the name so far.
Thank you, Speaker. Is it possible for this sound, when we ring a bell, it rings outside than inside? It's just nerve-wracking. It just disturbs us. Eh? When we are inside, it's too much. It's too loud. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Raadslid Boer.
Dankie mevrou die speaker. Kom ons probeer weer. As we have combined those 4 items, I assume I've got now 4 times 3 minutes, but I'm not going to use 12 minutes, but please allow me a bit more than 3 minutes because I've combined all the speeches into one.
Yeah, your time goes according to the items.
Dankie mevrou die speaker. Is baie dierbaar.
12.
Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, if you look at those MFMA reports, firstly, they go back from July last year until October last year. None of those reports, again, have served on Section 79. I see the MMC is not here at the moment, but the MMC knows that at Section 79 Finance, that whole committee, regardless of what political party we are serving the administration to improve the cash situation of the council. There's no politics on Section 79. And we've requested so many times, bring those reports to the Section 79 so that we can help and see if we can save the city's dire financial position. And every time the excuse is, no, it first has to serve before the mayoral committee, and then only we are allowed to see those reports. This is not working. We cannot fulfill an oversight role on an MFA report July 2023, which is more than 6 months ago. And that brings me by the content of these reports. And really, Madam Speaker, the content of those reports are, to say the least, shocking. Those reports are so inaccurate, and I cannot help to believe that this is deliberately done so that we cannot fulfill our oversight role. If you look on page 9.1, this is misleading. It says there on the summary, the actual year-to-date revenue variance is 21%. That is correct. 1.4 billion underperformance. That should actually be overperformance. So we've got 21% overperformance on income, but the actual operating expenditure is under budget. No, it is over budget by 36%, by 2.5 billion. And that is why we're having a deficit of 1.7 against a budget deficit of 548 million. So the content is really not reliable. If you look on page 9.22. This is the table of financial position. We're showing there on the current assets an amount for VAT 27.9 billion. That means that SARS, the South African Revenue Service, owes the city 27.9 billion. Cannot be. If you look further on the report, you see also under current liabilities that we owe SARS 28.7 billion. So between the two, I think it's more or less correct. Under liabilities, it says trade and other payables. That is the money that we owe to outside entities. It shows us a negative 17 billion. So that means the outside entities owes the city 17 billion. What is right and what is not right? We cannot have an oversight on these type of figures if they are not what they are supposed to be. Another example, on our debtors list, our outstanding debtors, according to the July MFMA report, amounted to 54.4 billion. It is the first time ever that it went over 50 billion. But strangely enough, on the August report, it's only 50 billion. So there was a decrease from July to August of 4.4 billion. How is that possible? Our collection rate was only 88%. So the debt should have increased instead of decreased. So there as well, what is right, what is wrong. So it's a pity that we have to have these reports for noting in council while we cannot even trust those reports. But I think what we can trust, and that is the worrying situation. If you look on the sweeping account between the municipal entities, it is shocking to see that the City Power sweeping account was on a negative 10 billion on the 30th of June, and that has increased to a staggering negative of 14.1 billion by the end of October. So in 4 months' time, City Power used 4.1 billion rand of the city's money. That's no wonder that our bank account is barely empty. And we know the situation, we know the vandalization of substations, we know the cable theft, we know the illegal connections, we know all those things. But City Power is going to make us bankrupt. We cannot lose 4 billion in 4 months, that is 1 billion a month. If this keeps on for another 2 months, we will have no money in the kitty. And we see that in the September MFMA report, we still had a contingency reserve of 400 million, which I suppose is used for a rainy day when there is a crisis, or maybe to fix the Breestraat explosion or whatever. That 400 million is also gone. We are emptying our bank accounts. If we look at the bank accounts, on the 1st of July last year, on the beginning of the new financial year, we still had 3.9 billion rand cash reserves. Those reserves have decreased to a mere 2.4 billion by the end of October, and I don't even want to know where we are standing at the moment. We are losing money every single month, and this cannot keep on because our kitty is becoming empty. And we, as a Section 79 committee, we want to, and we've pointed out several measurements that needs to be put in place to collect money. Water collection, 65%. Why can electricity collection be 99% and water only 65%? We've spoken about it before. We have to collect our water revenue. The billing is much in line with the current economic situation. And then I'm going to close off. The city is deteriorating. The mayor was talking about flooding this morning. The flooding is not because of the rain. The flooding is because our stormwater drains are not working. City Parks is cutting the grass, but they're leaving the grass next to the road, blocking all the drains. None of our drains are working. The cars are flooding. The tar is lifting up, not because of the rain, because of bad maintenance. And that is, we have to tell our contractors, listen, if you cut the grass, take all the grass away and clean next to the roads. I see that on some places they start doing that. But we cannot keep on having our residents suffer because of bad work. I'm going to close off and give me a minute here because I just want to illustrate one situation here. 11:32. just to illustrate further the unreliable figures that we're getting at the moment. At the end of September, on our age analysis, the outstanding debt was 50.8 billion. And that consisted of water, 17.7 billion. Electricity, 8.5. Rates, 11.8. I'm only going to name those three. On the October report, the debt has increased from 50.8 to 51.3, but our water debt reduced from 17 billion to only 1.1 billion. So we collected 16.6 billion on water, but our debt has increased. On electricity, in September it was 8.5 billion. That increased in October to 19 billion, although we only built 2 billion rands worth of electricity. So the figures that are given to us are to be revised. We cannot work on those figures. Really, the administration and the Mayoral Committee cannot present to Council those type of reports and accept that we have to approve them. And I'm closing off. The government of local unity really has brought this city bigger and bigger in the depths than we ever were before. We're sitting with hardly no money. We're not collecting the money that we should collect. We are not rendering the service, and we really need to jack up ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak on those items 9, 10, 11, 12, the Amendment for Section 71 reports. Speaker, I've stood in this council consistently since 2021 about his MMFA Section 71 reports. It's quite clear to me, so now I can have the debate, because you said to me I must have a debate. It's quite clear to me that the GLU government is not, or does not take good governance into account, with all due respect. Because if we did that, we would have these reports. There are enough qualified people in our Section 79 to actually help and guide the city too, together with the relevant officials. You guys are stifling people who can assist and help, including you are stifling us.
Councillor Santana, can you take your seat?
Order. Madam Speaker, there is no you guys here. There are MMCs, the mayor and councillors. There's no you guys.
Councillor Santana.
Sorry, I'll rephrase from the you guys and I'll refer to the executive.
Santana,
yes.
I haven't said you can speak as yet. Can we please, on all the sides, can we please respect each other? Earlier on, someone said guys to you people or said something, and we asked people to withdraw it. Can we please respect each other, and so that we are online and everybody sees the way we carry on. Some of you are ward councillors. You are ward councillor. Can we just stop what we're doing? Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm actually fighting for good governance. So, Speaker, for our residents. So, Speaker, I will then refer to the executive. The executive is stifling us in terms of our oversight in our Section 79 committees, and specifically group finance. If we have these reports, we could then bring them, that the reports then are meaningful even to the executive, stating where the errors are. Hence why I'm saying the executive and the government of local government unity is stifling us. On that note, what Councillor Boo said is everything that we keep on dealing with. I'm not even going to go down there. I'm specifically going to just give you the trend that's happening that we're seeing on the reports from July to October. Again, we had recommendations from Treasury. Now, I don't know whether it's the city's Treasury, National Treasury, or Province Treasury, stating that we must stop funding or stop charging the interest to City Power for the negative interest, for the negative balance amounts. You do note that obviously it did say there that has tax implications. Okay, that will have tax implications. SARS is quite clear. You cannot give out interest-free loans. It's as simple as that. So when I look at the recommendations that Treasury has said, it all comes back down to a strategic revenue enhancement project that needs to be played out. The problem here is, and I've said it time and time again in council, we need a restructuring of all our entities within the city of Johannesburg and deal with these issues once and for all. Otherwise, what we must do, and I'll make it public here, we must ask our creditors to please place our entities under liquidation so that we can get business registry to do it for you. Okay? Now I'm going to come back to your good governance. Good governance stipulates that you will then take all practices known to any entity or any industry. National Treasury's guidelines stipulates, it may not be in the MMFA, but it stipulates in their guidelines for good practice that any reports that come that deal with expenditure, income, deviations, etc., should go to oversight committees. Again, you are stifling us. Hence why I've risen in every item today that did not go to Section 79 statute. We are not supporting it or we are not noting it because it needs to go to group finance or group to the Section 79s. We have that right to interrogate those reports and ask more questions. Because what's going to happen today, the stuff that we've highlighted is just going to be ignored and lost in the ethos. It's not going to come back to us. There's the problem, and the issue that we are lying, or the problem that we are dealing with is the fact that you are hiding information from us. You can hide it from us, it's fine. We will make sure that it comes out. So, Speaker, all I'm asking is that let's do what's right. Politics is politics. We all live in our own political parties. But again, like Councillor Bruce said, we are here to make the city work for our residents. Politics aside at this point in time, for our residents and the residents of the city of Johannesburg and the forgotten ratepayers and the forgotten residents of Johannesburg. That's what we're here for. If you don't want to take the help and the support, you are going to sink. Okay? The numbers are indicating it. It's a R1 billion loss per month that City Power is taking us down. We will not survive 8 months if that continues. You're not going to get any more money for that. Nowhere. It's going to come from nowhere. You're not even going to get grants, never mind loans. So let's take these things seriously. I look on the ground. We've gone from an organization that had fleet contracts that were state-of-the-art fleets where we could transport our people in the relevant fleets that they could do their services on to the Bakkie Brigade. Joburg has become the Bakkie Brigade, both in City Power and Joburg Water, with all due respect. Yeah. Okay? We are not doing service delivery that's required to our residents. Please take them seriously. Otherwise, the boycott, rates boycott, will be your reality and our reality. And then we are going to be stumbling all over the place to try and figure out how we make things work. I'm pleading with you. Bring the reports to the Section 79 committees that will do this so we can do our relevant oversight. Let's have the conversation and let's see how we can make the city work. I thank you.
Councillor Mkonza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not going to say much because a lot has been said. I think as council, we need to take our residents serious and take ourselves serious. We need to go to a level where we are more matured when we speak about these, the finances of the city. So I'm just going to speak, just highlight. I'm not going to make a speech because when you look at where we are, by just looking at the sweeping accounts of MTC, City Power, and Joburg Water, we just have to be more matured and look into them seriously. So as the ACDP, we're just raising that concern to say we need to work together as councillors and think of our key stakeholders, which is our residents. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. Councillor Ganto from Action SA.
Let me rise on item 9, 10, 11, and 12. Let me take this opportunity to greet my caucus leader of the formidable Action SA caucus, Councillor Nobuhle Mthembu, the CMT, and indeed the fabulous 44. It is good to be back among colleagues and friends. Also, let me greet you, Speaker, Executive Mayor, and fellow councils in the House. Happy New Year, colleagues, and compliments. In the spirit of newness, I ask that we embrace the spirit of newfound cooperation and agreeableness in Council. Let it be a fruitful year. Let it be one of problem solving and relationship building among and between different caucuses. Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge the peculiarity of the year we find ourselves in. This will be the 30th anniversary of this nation's democracy and rule by one party. It promises to hold many historical firsts. This will be the first time Action SA contests provincial and national elections. It will also be the first time we contest elections with our full name and proper name. It will also be the first time there is a real chance that the ANC finally drops below 50%. An interesting thing happened to me while I was doing some leisure reading. I came across our MMC of Finance in a magazine called the South African Business Integrator. And being one of his admirers, I had to look into what it is he was saying. And I must say I was very surprised. Of particular note were his sentiments towards the importance of inner city rejuvenation, something Action SA has been championing from day one. In fact, Action SA never stopped fighting for this cause right up until we were replaced in the government by the GLU, which was marked by a significant drop in the look and feel of our biggest metro. Another point we seem to have in common is the importance of informal trading policies and the effective bylaws to govern the same. In fact, if memory serves me well, it was Action SA, through our MMC of Economic Development, who passed a motion in this very chamber last year or within a year. If I was a petty man, I'd accuse the MMC of plagiarism. However, as Action SA, we are happy to see our ideas find expression and implementation, even if it's not us implementing them. So MMC, you can go ahead, copy any ideas you like. They are free for you to use for the people of Johannesburg. Speaker, we are very disturbed by the reports of a possible budget readjustment due to a drastic drop in revenue collection down to 75%. I'd like to implore the leadership of the city. We need transparency and to know exactly what the state of the finances of the city are. We are hearing that we just barely avoided a citywide blackout due to late payments to Eskom and also failing to cover a debt bill of 10 billion rand. What is the reason behind these late payments, and what is the city's plan to ensure we are current and never fall behind again? All over social media, we are witnessing an uptake in demand of state equipment, buses, sound systems, and venues. Are these things being paid for, or are political parties taking advantage of the unstable GLU and uniting in abusing the city for short-term political gain? It's not an accusation, it's just a question. Can the political parties who have hosted events and used the city's equipment and assets prove that they have paid for these things? As Action SA, we believe, and I quote, South Africa's expenditure of 34.5 and its national budget on public sector wage is one of the highest in the world. Yet our state institutions are incapable of fulfilling their most fundamental mandates. Corruption, catered deployment, irregular appointments, wasteful expenditure, financial mismanagement, underperformance, and cost-effective procurement practices are hallmarks of South Africa's failing state institutions. The failure of our state in even the most basic government functions is directly contributing to the deterioration of South Africa's social fabric. Our people are robbed of the dignity, access to opportunity is stifled, and the economy has been ruined by the government's continued failures. Improving the state's service delivery performance must enjoy preference over issues such as labor relations and employment sector transformation. We must implement a new approach to state expenditure under which we prioritize our public expenditure towards frontline service delivery and essential state functions. Reforming our procurement practices must happen with speed so that the key driver of procurement decisions is value for money. We believe that government functions, particularly relating to service delivery, should be decentralized and deregulated to effective and competent local government that are closer to the people that they serve, close quote. But we can't be too hard on the GLU because the macro affects the micro. Even the GLU, if it was fit for purpose, would face issues because of the constrictions placed on it by provincial and national government. Making any significant changes would require legislation changes in Parliament. We need change right at the top, flowing down, and this year we just might get it. South Africa has a lot going for it. We have great weather, we have nearly unlimited natural resources, we have world-class talent in music, sports, and cinema. We have a diverse population and climate. We have a proud tradition of fighting for human rights and development. All of these things should make SA one of the best countries to live in, and Johannesburg, the city of gold, one of the best cities to live in. But we are held back by one thing, and one thing only, and that's leadership. But in May, or thereabout, we finally get to relook our current leadership paradigm. Residents of Johannesburg, citizens of South Africa, you will never be as powerful as you are on election day. Please, South Africa, while you are in the booth, remember the potholes, remember load shedding, remember water outages, remember the rampant crime, and vote wisely. We note this report. Thank you.
Councillor Nhlapo from the EFF. Councillor Nhlapo.
Greetings to the Speaker, to the Mayor, the EFF caucus leader, the EFF chief whip, and all the councillors in the House at large. I rise on item 9, 10, 11, and 12. On the revenue performance, clearer root cause analysis of revenue under collection is needed so as to match and align the corrective measures put in place. Speaker, if it's critical that we have an assessment of the impact of revenue under collection on service delivery pressures facing the city quite early in the financial year, with a view of the meaningful understanding, should a need arise to adjust the estimated revenue of the city of Johannesburg during the financial year. In the next year, in-year financial report, the timeline for the interim reporting solution should be stated for the interim beta monitoring as the deadlines. I'm sorry for that. Interventions implemented during August 2023 to increase revenue collections noted. While it's noting the reasons for material deviations, some of the remedial corrective steps or remarks are not measurable and time-bound to assist proper accountability and oversight. Noted with concern, the report erroneously journal in the July to September 2023 reports which negatively impacted on the reported operating expenditure for the said reporting months. The main concern is on the time it took to correct the identified accounting error after it was committed and identified around July 2023 to being finally corrected only on October 2023. This may be attributable to corrective interventions that are not time-bound. The EFF note all the reports. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Yes,
Nhlapo.
time management.
Councillor Khatebe.
Hey, lengo mali zabantwana ikhala phi?
IT.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to our Executive Mayor, Councillor Kwamanda, the leader of the ANC caucus, Councillor Dada Morero, Would like to also wish speedy recovery to our Chief Whip, Councillor Zungu. Madam Speaker, we would like to greet our residents in the year of united action to defend our freedom and advance better life for all. Would like to greet all the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 9, 10, 11, and 12. As the African National Congress, would like to note and welcome these reports. Would like to also commend the MMC for continuously delivering on his commitment of bringing the Section 71 reports to Council. This is an indication that the GLU government is committed to running a clean and transparent government, unlike the other outgone government that concealed the financial standing of the city. But MMC would like these Section 79 reports to be tabled in Section 79 so that we've got a better discussion on them. Madam Speaker, these reports are an indication of a slow and long journey towards financial recovery. We are confident that by the end of this current financial year, the city will be in a better financial position. However, MMC would like you to pay close and serious attention to the finances of City Power. We need to stop the bleeding that is happening there. City Power is at the heart of our business model. And if the finances of City Power collapse, it will have a negative impact on the city's finances. So we would like an urgent attention on the finances of City Power. Madam Speaker, the city of Johannesburg has an opportunity to grow and develop and become one of the best cities to live in the world. We must not miss an opportunity to turn things around, to make sure that we've got the African city, world-class African city that we've always dreamed of. The city of Johannesburg is the only home that we know and the only home that we've lived in. Unlike some of our colleagues across council, we've got options to go to Tel Aviv and live there in case anything goes wrong here. They've got an opportunity to go to a nice apartheid Israel state and advance an evil agenda. We need to take care of this city. We need to take care of the finances of this city. We need to fight for the betterment of this city with everything that we've got. And I strongly believe, Madam Speaker, that we've got a capable government that is able to do that. We just to make sure we put all hands on the deck, we work around the clock. Definitely, we will turn around things in this city. Free, free Palestine.
Free, free Palestine. MMC Morero.
Speaker of Council, the Executive Mayor, and speedy recovery to the Chief Whip of Council, and greetings to leaders of political parties and their whips. Perhaps let me start here and respond to acknowledge first Councillor Boer, who has made it a point as part of his oversight work to raise issues sharply in Council on the weaknesses that confronts our financial position as the city of Johannesburg. And in fact, at no stage has this leadership denied the challenges that are there. And that is why when we passed the budget, we did indicate that indeed there are challenges. Part of the challenges relates, one, to the current economic situation, both in the country and in the world, as a result of the effect of COVID-19, which basically had a negative effect on the global economy. We do acknowledge also that, in fact, the sweeping balances of these entities remain a concern that all of us need to find ways of addressing those issues. We have also been trying to focus on the technical and non-technical losses that we're experiencing at City Power and at Joburg Water. And this in themselves have an effect in as far as our financial position is concerned. We've also noted that the load shedding that we're experiencing continues to have an effect in as far as our ability to manage our bulk purchases. Now, having said that, we are committed to turning around the two entities in particular so that City Power can be once more a profitable entity. But we are also acknowledging that the funding of local government has to change. You'd know that in the past we had always relied on the revenue that would have been generated from the sales of electricity and water. But reality in the last 4 years, we are now experiencing a different situation as a result of either load shedding, either the losses and so on. So we are unable to confidently see electricity as one of our cash cows. So it means we have to develop a turnaround strategy that will help us. And we have then agreed at the mayoral committee, of course through MMC Squaila, that these entities will enter into a process of a turnaround strategy so that we can try and stabilize and reduce the overdrafts in these entities. And of course, we have taken account is not only water and electricity, there are other entities that require attention, whether it's Metrobus or any other entity. Let me also deal with the issue of maintenance of stormwater, which is an important aspect because if you go through the GDS 2040, you'd realize that the GDS by 2011, when it was adopted by Council, it had already indicated that Johannesburg is likely to experience heavy rains post the year 2020. And in fact, we are now realizing those heavy rains in Johannesburg, which may require a shift also in thinking in terms of where we would want to invest the resources that we have in Johannesburg. And these floods have actually affected in the main your township areas where there's basically no proper stormwater drainage. But part of it is as a result of behavioral patterns that we may want to continue to address in the township, where you do have people who use the drainages as dumping places. So it may require that working with communities, we correct that thing. Let me make it clear, there shall be no rates boycott in Johannesburg. And we will not allow a counter-revolutionary attitude. And we can confirm that we are attending to issues that are raised by our residents to ensure that they find value in their money. So there shall therefore be no rates boycott as we are continuously engaging with communities. Just last week, I was engaging with the Parkhurst associations to try and find solutions to the Parkhurst Bowling Club. So we are engaging with communities and associations. So there will be no rates boycott unless someone on the other side will be agitating for a rates boycott, thus undermining their work as councillors of the City of Johannesburg.
Yes.
The African National Congress, under the Mayor Jeff Makubu, Mayor Jolim Matongo, Mayor Mpomu Erani, had noted the informal policy, the informal trading policy in Council. And unfortunately, Council agreed to just note the policy precisely because we could not have proper Council meetings. As you'd know, that our mayors would have passed following each other in a period of a month. So it will be incorrect to suggest that the ANC has plagiarized a policy of its own. So, Councillor Gancho and the fabulous 44, let's put it correctly on record. It's policy developed by the collective of the ANC. Now, perhaps moving on your issues of good governance, we do agree that good governance is a cornerstone of ensuring that governance does work and we are able to deliver to our people services. So we are committed in ensuring that there's good governance. Of course, there will be challenges there, and hence there's oversight in council to ensure that the executive is held to account. And we appreciate that council is raising critical issues to keep us accountable. Madam Speaker, let me deal with a political issue as raised. Now, when you stand up in council and say, those that have led a liberation of those that were oppressed and exploited, and stand up with confidence and say, they shall be under 50%. You then further go and say, you further go on and you then say, as the people of Johannesburg and South Africa go out and vote, they must remember a pothole. But you don't say, they must remember the dusty streets of Soweto that was tarred by Amos Masondo. You short of confirming that the people of Soweto, who today can enjoy state-of-the-art theater right inside of Soweto, you don't want to remind them that Amos Masondo had delivered that state-of-the-art theater that won an international award. Now, Councillor Gancho, you also forgot to tell the people of South Africa and Johannesburg that when they go out to vote, they must also remember the state-of-the-art Slovo and Florida clinics that were built and delivered by Amos Masondo. You also failed to remind South Africa that as they go out to vote, Madam Speaker, I hope I'm protected, unless there's a point of order.
Councillor MMC Morera, can you take your seat? Let's see if it's a point of order. Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. While I'm enjoying the history lesson, some of our councillors weren't alive when these things were delivered. But can we please stick to the item and get responses to the important issues that are being raised by councillors? Thank you.
MMC Morero, can you continue? You have...
Thank you, Madam
MMC
Speaker.
Morero, you have 10 minutes left.
Let me conclude my 10 minutes by pointing out to this council that from 1994, yes, indeed, we can stand up today and say the growth of the black middle class, which of course, Councillor Gancho, now constitute that growth of the middle class, was as a result of deliberate policies that were enforced by the African National Congress.
Including yourself, Gancho.
Councillor Gancho, my children always says to me, hey, Papa, you're English, man. Now, when I listened to your English, I'm now convinced
that you are indeed a beneficiary of a broad-based education system introduced by the African National. By the way, I had no access to the English that you speak. English to me was Tweedetal, but to you was first language because you gained access as a result of the African National Congress. Let's invite you once more. On the 24th of February, we will be launching a powerful manifesto to change and transform South Africa. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC. Some of you are showing us time, some of you are showing us we are rolling. I'm not sure what they all mean. Councillor Belinda, everybody seated. What point of order is that?
It's not a point of order, Madam Speaker. I'm requesting.
On which point are you rising?
I'm requesting permission to speak.
On what? And on who?
May I please speak?
Can I hear what she's saying? I can't hear what she's saying. I can't hear what the councillor is saying. Can I hear what the councillor is saying? I will. Councillor, you are also standing up and you're asking the councillor to sit. Can I please hear what she wants to say and make a decision or a ruling? Councillor Belinda, on who and on what are you standing?
A special privilege, Madam Speaker. May I speak? May I speak? May I speak?
Councillor, there's a request that you quote the rule.
May I speak?
You can speak, but
you
quote the rule as well.
You are the speaker. May I speak?
Councillor Belinda, can you speak?
You are the speaker. May I speak?
Ek het 3 keer gesê jy kan praat.
Mag ek praat asseblief?
Maar ek het 3 keer gesê jy kan praat.
Mag ek praat asseblief? Permission to speak.
Councillor Belinda, I have said you can speak. Ek het gesê jy kan praat.
Dankie.
Boa, kuluma.
Thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I just want to put it on record that the COI has been without land since 1913, seeing that we are getting a history lesson here.
Councillor, MMC? See?
Order.
Point of order.
Councillor Belinda, can I say this? Can I quickly say this, councillors? Councillor Belinda, can I say this? I also have my rule book. So ons kan rule books wys vir mekaar. Councillor Belinda, without being offensive to anybody, if someone from the other side gets up when Councillor Belinda, we are going to be here forever. When someone from the other side gets up and speaks after someone has spoken, the DA will get up and say, but the item has closed and you cannot do anything. Can we please, I've asked for respect. MMC was quite right when she asked on what rule and on who are you standing. You stood up, the MMC had already sat down, and now you got up. Please, I'm not going to entertain it. Kan ons nie a circus maak van council? Can we not make council a circus? Please, you asked me to maintain law, you asked me to be equal. I'm trying to do that, but you are not doing the same thing. Councillors, item 9 is for noting. Have we noted it? Item 10 is for noting. Item 11 is for noting. Item 12 is for noting. Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, we proceed with item 13, which is development of a sustainable and reliable energy framework or model to address energy access in low-income informal settlements.
Councillor De Lange.
I'm sorry, Speaker. I tried desperately to get your attention. Just for record purposes, for the minutes, item 9, 10, 11, and 12, I think Councillor Boer was very clear. We register our dissent on these items. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santana.
Thank you. Also note the dissent of the DA. Thank you very much.
Councillor Smith, item 13.
Madam Speaker, I'm withdrawing from this item.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kukamur.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 13, which is the development of sustainable and reliable energy framework model to address energy access in low-income informal settlements. Madam Speaker, all protocol observed. In light of religious extremism and unimaginable conflict plaguing our continent at the moment, I feel the need to mention that across all faiths, we can agree on the idea that man was given dominion over all things living and therefore carries a fundamental responsibility to take care of our planet. That said, the push towards sustainable electricity supply in South Africa has been a slow one. And while we should be proud as a nation for our efforts to go green in parts of South Africa, the movement in Joburg was not born out of a need to be kind to Earth, but rather out of sheer necessity brought upon by government failure to distribute electricity sustainably and reliably. Those who can have moved to more sustainable alternatives, while those who can't have been left behind with a crippling infrastructure crisis hanging like a dark cloud over our communities. The proposal to move informal settlements to solar is thus not only the right thing to do, but we can argue that going green is the blue thing to do. Why else would the DA caucus have recommended this on so many occasions where the idea had been shot down? I tell you why. Because putting the entity with the highest revenue generating capacity at risk of closing shop is not a popular decision. In a government where a basic service is not exploited through vandalism, tender irregularity, and dodgy contracts, this is what we believe. The Democratic Alliance places paramount focus on prioritizing the energy consumer and the country's well-being over personal gain. We advocate for supporting self-generation in all households, particularly those in need, to reduce illegal connections. Emphasizing collaboration with prosumers and the private sector, the DA commits to following expert advice closely. The party is dedicated to deregulation, making electricity and fuel markets more competitive for lower consumer prices. And with a strong commitment to climate action, the DA aligns its nationally determined contributions with the goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Our approach ensures inclusivity, leaving nobody behind while embracing the future. The DA's unwavering policy certainty, evident in the alignment of party pronouncements and actions by DA-led governments, instill confidence and supports effective implementation of this very plan. In stark contrast, Madam Speaker, For years, we have gave electricity away for free for those who cannot afford it, while bleeding millions, trying to keep paying communities lights on because our substations are overloaded. When all along, the problem could be solved by giving free electricity, of course beyond the initial investment into sustainable setups, to those who can't afford it for free, while taking necessary strain off of our substations, allowing us to distribute paid electricity to paid customers more reliably. This would have been the win-win scenario we have been praying for as a municipality, as our entities spiral into financial death roll between the need to supply in order to generate revenue and the need to cut back funds where we can. But Madam Speaker, there is nothing left to cut. Month on month, the entity is losing millions. In fact, at the end of June 2022, City Power's overdraft was at 6.7 billion. At the end of June 2023, City Power's overdraft was at 10 billion. That is a loss of just over 3.3 billion in 1 year. At the end of October, City Power's overdraft was at 14.1 billion. That is a loss of 4 billion in 4 months. Already more than the 2022-2023 financial year in total up to that point. City Power is hemorrhaging money at an ever-increasing rate. Further to this, newest financial reports suggest that City Power's overdraft is sitting at 18 billion. We are losing on average 4 billion per quarter at this rate. Now, while there should be concern, Madam Speaker, around whether this proposal is much too little, much too late, it is definitely a step in the right direction and should be implemented with the urgency it deserves, as opposed to being a wish list item for popular gain with voters. The planet thanks you. Madam Speaker, we note the report with one reservation, and that this was not brought to Section 79. Thank you.
Well said, Thank you, Councillor Ponsonby. Councillor Ponsonby from the PA. We're rolling. What? Okay. Councillor Mashala.
Good afternoon, Speaker, Councillors, Executive Mayor, MMCs, Chairpersons, the caucus leader of Fabulous 44, Councillor Nobuhle Mthembu, and the residents of the City of Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 13. Madam Speaker, Action SA is delighted to note this report. The report presented today speaks directly to our core principles. We view access to electricity as a fundamental human right that must not be compromised. We believe that resolving the energy crisis requires immediate interventions to increase generational capacity. Innovative solutions are needed to fix the energy crisis by eliminating Eskom's monopoly in the electricity market and allow more competition in the energy supply value chain. Competition allows for reduced pricing and improved affordability, which our people desperately need in these challenging economic times. We also affirm efforts towards environmental sustainability because we believe that our city should lead our country's efforts to address the climate change challenge. To that end, all our efforts must support poorer communities who need our interventions the most. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor from the EFF, Mkasi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the EFF, Johannesburg caucus leader, Councillor Bapela Raserute, our Chief Whip, Vice Thabisa Mogape, members of the Mayoral Committee deployed by the Economic Freedom Fighters, Dr. Mtini Tswaku, and Councillor Eni Makafula, the most grounded councillors of the EFF in Johannesburg. Fellow councillors, City of Johannesburg residents, compliment to the new season. We wish you all the best. Speaker, allow us to officially congratulate you on your new role as a Speaker of the City of Johannesburg Council. With the number of years being the councillor here in this council, We believe that the business of the council will be conducted accordingly, putting service delivery a priority. Our support as the EFF is guaranteed as long as your conduct is consistent with the standing rules of this House and put the resident of Johannesburg first. Speaker, the living conditions of our vulnerable communities have now moved from better to worse, with no basic services such as electricity, water, and sanitation. One of the reasons for disadvantaged communities not to have access to the basic services is the land ownership question, whereby the land remains in the hands of those who stole our land. Because of hatred towards us, in some cases, they even prevent the municipality to give people basic services where the municipality have to use the legal route to gain access, which is time-consuming and waste of money, while basic rights of people is being violated. Speaker, indeed, the EFF have been correct on the first cardinal pillar, which calls for the expropriation of land without compensation, which allows state to be the custodian of the land, which will enable municipality to deliver services to communities without asking permission from thieves, whom some of them are keeping the land just for counter-development without any clear plan of what they intend to do with the land at near future or long-term plan. The number of people who come to the city is very high. We cannot rely on individuals to permit us to develop this city for us to accommodate our people. The land must be expropriated without compensation, and we remain unapologetic about it. Speaker, as the EFF, we support the pursuing of mixed energy sources which will expand energy, which will increase the electricity supply to our communities, in particular informal communities. As this report is presented in this council, we are confident that the program will run well and in the near future be expanded to communities which do not have electricity supply, regardless of their settlement status. It doesn't matter informally or formally, all of us, we need electricity, including those who are living in the so-called private land. Speaker, I would like to encourage those who are vested with the responsibility of transition between Eskom and City Power to speed up the process of completing supply of electricity in Johannesburg by City Power for our communities such as Diepsloot, Ivory Park, Zandspruit, Cosmos City, part of Soweto, and Orange Farm, to benefit out of the progressive programs by the City Power. As the economic freedom fighters, we note the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Madiba from the ANC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the Executive Mayor. Greetings to the Chief Whip, Councillor Zungu. And also say, Councillor Zungu, you are in our prayers, and we wish you to get well as soon as possible. Madam Speaker, what happened to Councillor Zuma calls for a serious request for the protection of ward councillors. As the ward councillors, if we are not going to be protected. Madam Speaker, let me also congratulate Bafana for making it to the quarterfinals. Clearly, 2024 is the year of achievements. This adds to the ICJ judgment against Israel. Let me borrow words from my president, and my president, Nelson Mandela. Open quote. We know too well that our freedom is incomplete without the freedom of Palestinians. Closed quote. I'm saying this deliberately by saying my president, because this is what President Nelson Mandela believed in. Let me also wish the ANC a 112th birthday. Indeed, we celebrated in style Mbombela Stadium, and everyone can attest that Mbombela Stadium was full. Now, let's meet at Moses Mabhida Stadium, Robono Road, line. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 13, the development of sustainable and reliable energy framework to address energy access in low-income informal settlement. Of course, not everyone in this chamber will understand what this means to the affected residents if this development is to be successful. They have never loved us anyway, right, Saber EU. The process made so far is satisfying and shows that MMC Squaler is serious about poor of the poorest. We welcome the identified informal settlement for pilot project and know that technical and coordinating working group will implement, knowing that all this is to make sure that the poor of the poorest the poor of the poorest also get sustainable and reliable energy. We also note the criteria used to select the informal settlement that will be benefiting. In addition, we request that the team also check on the illegal immigrants who are not supposed to be benefiting from this initiative. Let me also again invite you all, as the chairperson of the ANC invited you, to Moses Mabhida Stadium on the 24th of February 2024. I promise you that you will be safe, as security check will be happening on the 10th of this month for the main event that will be happening on the 24th of February. As the African National Congress, we note the report. I thank you.
MMC Squaler.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Leader of Caucus, Comrade Dada Mrer and Absentia EM. All councillors, all protocol observed. Let me also take this opportunity to congratulate Bafana for what they've done yesterday. But obviously, again, one of the most historic victories in the history of law and justice and human rights to what the country through the African National Congress would have done and taking the bullies of Israel to court and then won that particular case. Let us obviously again extend our prayers to those women and children innocent, losing lives on a daily basis, bombarded by the bullies of the Jewish Zionist government. I won't say much on this item because I must also thank speakers who contributed positively, and all of them supported this move, which in our view is a move which council must then accept so that our people out there keep on receiving services they deserve. City Power is working hard to come about with various means of energy in Johannesburg. But I must say, in a school of thought where I come from, it is true that if you can't cater for those who are in formal settlement, they will forever connect themselves illegally and give problem to our own network and collapse it. Hence, we are saying that City Power is spending a lot replacing replacing power stations, substations, cables that have been stolen, others are banned due to these illegal connections. But as a caring government, this proposal should be supported so that we don't leave anyone outside. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Councillor MMC Squaler. The recommendations of the item is on 13.5. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. I heard the yeses. Item is carried.
We proceed with item 14, councillors, which is approval of the City of Johannesburg's disaster management plan.
Councillor Harris.
Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, MMCs, fellow councillors, citizens of Johannesburg, greetings. I rise to speak on item 14, approval of the City of Johannesburg Disaster Management Plan. Thank you for tabling a well-crafted academic and theoretical policy document that speaks to the legislative requirements and to the priorities outlined. If, and I quote, the subject document is intended to execute the activities in an incorporated methodological and systematic manner, close quote, I'm afraid I do not see a detailed plan as to how the identified risks will be mitigated or how the activities will be executed. Most importantly, this document will not give comfort to the citizens of Johannesburg that when disasters occur, they know the city is ready to respond speedily and professionally. It is one thing to produce a framework as a legal instrument to satisfy the requirements of an act. It is quite another to produce a risk management strategy that will give comfort to residents and businesses when the next disaster strikes. It is one thing to present academic risk reduction strategies, and quite another to allay the fears of residents when disaster strikes. They will not have to scramble for safety or for help. Disaster management planning follows a prescribed progression, building from a level 1 plan to a level 3 plan. The existing level 1 plan was drafted in 2015. 8 years later, we are asked to approve another foundational plan. By now, the city should have been revising a mature level 3 plan. This is an indication that the city is merely paying lip service to disaster management. The evidence of the lack of a cohesive strategy was evident when Lillian Ngoyi Street exploded. It is evident in the inability to recover the bodies of those washed away by floods. It is evident in the fires breaking out in the informal settlements in the CBD and in the slums within the city. The challenge is to marry policy with operational efficiency in proactively mitigating identified risks and dealing with disasters as they happen. The ACDP supports this plan with the recommendation that it be accompanied by an integrated operational plan. And before I say I thank you, I want to thank Sundowns for doing us well in Ivory Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Doyle.
Greetings, Madam Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance team led by the MMC of Action, Councillor Kunena, and Chief Warprafity, all protocol observed. Speaker, as leaders of society, a great responsibility rests upon us, and that responsibility is to protect the welfare of our 6 million plus residents in the city. Our country's constitution is clear that government bears the primary responsibility when it comes to disaster management. Can it be on local, provincial, or national? If there's one thing that we as human beings don't have control over is unannounced disasters. We have seen that in 2020 with COVID, where some nations was prepared and others not. Looking at our city, disasters have increased over the past few years, which is having a significant negative impact on our economy and on our people. Can it be floods? Can it be fires, as the councillor mentioned? We know that there is two types of leaders, reactive leaders and proactive leaders. And I believe we are the latter. We are proactive leaders. Let us then demonstrate that we are proactive leaders by approving the disaster management plan so that we can make sure that the welfare of our citizens in the city is in good hands. In closing, we will do the honorable thing also just to remind the citizens of the country, of the city, please make sure you go out and register to vote this coming weekend to exercise your constitutional right when voting comes. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Councillor Doyle. Councillor Nyembe from the IFP.
Greetings, Speaker. Please note that we miss you from IFP. The IFP wishes speed recovery to Nyamagaishi. As the IFP, we note a report, but with the following concerns. The COJ must develop its own capacity to fight the disasters plaguing our communities, especially fire-related disasters which killed hundreds of people due to congestion in our buildings. We must not arrive after people have perished and buildings burned to ashes. We must stop fires before lives have been lost and their assets burned down completely. Intergovernmental cooperation with both national and provincial government is key in dealing with the disasters because we might not have adequate skills and resources. This is a function which cut across all spheres of government. Speaker, through your speaker, to Chair Nongumbi, we are not safe as councillors. Please do something, my chair. And I want to correct this thing of dates. I see some councillors misleading people here, mentioning a lot of dates about Moses Mapita. The IFP invites you on the 10th of March in Moses Mapita. The exit date is on the 10th of March. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Crichton.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. All protocols.
Councillors, can we have order? Councillor Mhlongo.
I hereby rise to speak on item 14, which pertains to the approval of the City of Johannesburg's Disaster Management Plan. Disaster management is a competence of all spheres of government, namely the national, provincial and local governments. Given the disasters that the City of Johannesburg has faced in recent months, such as the Lillian Ngoyi street explosion and the building that burned down by 80 Albert Street, to name a few recent disasters, it would appear that there is a necessity for the City to strengthen its own disaster management plan, as it needs to take measures to mitigate against such catastrophes. It is also essential that the City collaborates with the provincial and national governments when tragedies occur, and that the City has sufficient funding so that the affected victims are assisted and that we do not always have to rely on the private sector. While this is an important measure, the Democratic Alliance is of the belief that the Government of Local Unity could be taking more proactive measures to combat potential disasters that may occur. For instance, the report speaks to potential flooding. Perhaps if our curb inlets were cleared on a more regular basis, less floods would occur. It is also well known that our city has a severe shortage of fire engines, and the sooner that this is addressed, the more effective we'll be at combating fire hazards. The DA would also like to state its disapproval that this item did not come to the Section 79 committee prior to being tabled at Council. Having said this, the DA will support this item, but we will monitor the implementation of this process very carefully, and we will continue to push for a city that puts proactive measures in place to prevent disasters. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crichton. Councillor Durant from the Action SA.
Good afternoon, Speaker and all councillors, all protocol observed. As we all echo one another, it is imperative to acknowledge the factors beyond our control, such as the predicted and unpredictable weather and the ongoing challenges posed by the persistent viruses. These uncontrollable elements underscore the vital importance of a disaster management plan, one that should be revisited annually, learning from past disasters to better prepare for the future. In recent times, our city has faced additional challenges, exploding streets and numerous building fires. The management of our resources, particularly our vehicles, is a matter of grave concern. The loss of yet another fire truck on Monday due to an attack on our dedicated crews is a stark reminder of the dangers they face in the line of duty. It is disheartening to witness the vehicles rendered immobile due to non-payment issues with Avis Fleet Services. How can a plan be implemented in its entirety without equipment? We have all seen how quickly things can go wrong. I have personally witnessed the plight of other city vehicles stranded in workshops, all consequence of delayed payments to suppliers. These instances are not immobilize essential services, but also jeopardize lives, livelihoods, and businesses. The citizens who rely on the efficient functioning of our city's resource are left in the state of vulnerability, experiencing terror as their safety and well-being are being compromised. Furthermore, the severe resource constraints and over-politicization of our services have significantly impeded the proactive prevention and response. Our law enforcement, EMS, and firefighters are grappling with challenges that hinder their ability to protect our communities effectively. Action SA understands the importance of the disaster management plan, but we cannot ignore the pressing concerns mentioned. Decisive action must be taken, addressing the immediate challenges with our city's resources to prevent further loss of life, livelihoods, and businesses. Let us prioritize the well-being of our citizens, but ensuring that our disaster management plans are not just on paper, but are efficiently implemented in an organized manner. Action SA approves the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zita from the EFF.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the EFF caucus leader, One Eyeful Soldier, Councillor Bapela Rasurute, EFF Chief Whip, Mrs. Tabisa Mohape, EFF councillors and fellow councillors. Speaker, today I stand before you to express my wholehearted approval of the City of Johannesburg Municipality Disaster Management Plan. This comprehensive strategy demonstrates our city's commitment to ensuring the safety and well-being of its residents in the face of unforeseen challenges. The detailed planning and collaborative effort put in this disaster management plan are commendable. By addressing various potential crises, from natural disaster to public health emergencies, the municipality has shown foresight and dedication to protecting our community. The plan's emphasis on proactive measures, swift response protocols, and community engagement reflect a commitment to its resilience. It not only outlined the responsibilities of local authorities, but also encouraged active participation from residents, fostering a sense of shared responsibility in times of crisis. Furthermore, Speaker, the cooperation of advanced technologies and real-time communication strategies enhances the effectiveness of the plan. By embracing innovation, the municipality positions itself at the forefront of disaster management, ensuring more agile and responsive approach to emerging threats. In conclusion, Speaker, the City of Johannesburg Municipality Disaster Management Plan deserves our wholehearted approval. Let us support and actively engage its implementation, fostering an united front that will undoubtedly contribute to the safety and security of our beloved city. As the EFF, we approve and also put it to you, Speaker, that when we start with FNB Stadium, we're thinking that our opponent will try to at least come to FNB. But then again, the battle is on. Moses Mabida, you are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Nkumbi from the ANC.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Councillors, can we please be quiet?
Oh,
We're listening to the
okay.
councillor.
Ithi-ke Speaker ngiqale ndibulise wena somlomo wale ngqungquthela sikuyo. Ndibuye ke ndibulise usodolophu kunye nesigaba sakhe. Ndibuye ke ndibulise uhlalo osiphetheyo ophethe abanye ohlalo. Ndibulise ke nohlalo nabo abalapha endlini. Ndingalibelanga ke ukuthi ndibulise oceba bonke benhlangano ngenhlangano ezilapha kule ndlu yonqubo mthetho. Ndithi ke somlomo xa silapha ke namhlanje sizowuthetha ngeplani ye City of Johannesburg in terms of trying to provide key services with regard to a disaster management plan. This plan, it's a plan that is trying to assist the City of Johannesburg to ensure that whatever that we're trying to achieve as the government of local unit, we are able to save lives, but not only lives, properties, but not only properties, but the resident of City of Johannesburg. It is therefore, there is no need for me to engage further on this item. On the basis of all the councillors that have spoken before me, have alluded to agree to say, let's all approve this disaster management plan, as it shows that you've got the capacity in terms of mitigating the problem of floods, including the current challenge that we're facing of fire in the inner city, the explosion. So that is why it's critically important to make sure this city is a safer city, as also we've got 11 priorities, which is number 7 of these priorities is speaking about the safety of the City of Johannesburg. I therefore, as the ANC, without wasting any time, Speaker, moving for the approval of this lento inhle esizanayo City of Johannesburg. Kodwa ke singalibelanga ukuthi Speaker abanye bangabathetha ubuxoki bathi xa thina sibaxelela izinto esiza ngazo xa befika apha ondlebe zikhanyelanga bazenza into bangaba ngathi into abayaziyo le whatever esinayo thina nabanayo today into bayithathe kuthi. Ndiyabulela Speaker. Enkosi. Ubuntu mabantu.
Thank you, Councillor Nkumbi. With MMC Twako not being here, can we have an MMC that will respond on his behalf?
Thank you very much, Speaker. On behalf of the MMC of Public Safety, let me first start by greeting the caucus leader of the EFF, Fighter Bapela Rasurute, as well as the Chief Whip of the EFF, Fighter Tabisa Morapi, and all the other 29 battalions of the Red Movement. Greetings to yourself, Mr. Mayor, and the other MMCs. On item 14, when the GLU took over Public Safety Department, the Disaster Management Office was in near collapse due to the incompetency of the previous administration, led by the DA Action SA, of putting disaster management system. But we were able to respond to the disasters very swiftly, despite the sabotages experienced. It must be noted that the disaster management team had no offices, they had no policies, they had no disaster management plan, and majority of the positions were not filled. We are happy to report that The disaster management team is on its way to recovery since our MMC of Public Safety came into office. The disaster management team had a strategic session in December last year to chart the way forward. That has been allocated the offices, and they've been allocated an office at the ground level at the JMPD offices, Martindale building. The disaster management plan will be approved today. The policies are being updated and positions are advertised and they will also be filled. Let us all support this disaster management plan so that we can be more proactive rather than being reactive. We know exactly how to respond in time of disasters. There is one councillor who spoke about monitoring the process. Section 17. That's the role and responsibility of Section 79 committees. Yours now is to approve. Then you'll be able to do that monitoring. You are welcome to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations is on page 14.5. Is the item agreed to? Thank you. The item is passed. Yeah. Before the, we know that item 15 has been withdrawn. We would like to ask whether item 16, 17, and is it 18? And 18 be clustered together, because they are all community development bylaws. I can see the whip of the DA says yes, MMC has said yes. Okay, so we agree. Are we still correcting? Because it's like, oh yeah, the IFP asked to leave. Read it in.
Councillors, item 16 is a report to request council to approve the commencement of the process of developing of the nature reserve bylaw. Also read together with item 17, which is a report to request council to approve the commencement of the process of reviewing the public open spaces bylaw. Also read together with item 18, which is a report to request council to approve commencement of the process of reviewing the cemetery and crematorial bylaws.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Madam Speaker, I welcome these items because as a former ward councillor, we've been asking for review of the bylaws, especially relating to the nature reserve and open spaces being the parks and that, going back to already 2007, 2008. And it's well overdue because of the problems that have been occurring over the years. The one specifically that I'd like a question on is item 18, is the IT version of the deaths of the burial register. Where are we with that? And is it covered in the? Is it going to be covered in the Act? Because at this stage it only talks about a written version of it, and I think that we need to bring that into account. That we're also bringing in an IT version at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor. From the DA, Councillor Mazibuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the House at large. To ensure a city that is resilient and that understands the concept of active citizenry, public participation is at the center of it. When we read section 151 of the Constitution, it is categorically clear that the status that municipalities enjoy and the parameters of powers bestowed into the various municipalities. Subsection 2, executive and legislative authority of municipalities is vested in its municipal council. Now, subsection 3, a municipality has the right to govern on its own initiative the local government affairs of its community. Further and crucially, 156, subsection 2, a municipality may make and administer bylaws for effective administration of the matters which it has the right to administer. What is clear from the above is that municipalities derive the powers from the Constitution. Constitutional supremacy has always been the foundational principle of our democratic processes. Thus, the Constitution provides a clear mandate for municipalities to develop and implement their own legislative regulations to regulate affairs within their area of competence and branch of local government. Lastly, on Section 4, subsection 2 on Municipal Systems Act, it sets out duties of municipal council which exercise the executive legislative authorities at municipal level. With that being said, we as the DA have been categorically clear about the critical role that Section 79 plays in that over and above holding the executive into account, we must also respond to the generational mission of being lawmakers in the city of Joburg. Lastly, let me extend my deep-rooted gratitude to the MMC for finally heeding our call as the DA of bringing the relevant bylaws into the Section 79. We further note that a comprehensive and rigorous public participation will follow in the spirit of actually strengthening our processes of democracy. So we move to actually approve the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Mazibuku. Action SA, Councillor Zwane.
Thank you, Speaker. Greeting to the Speaker, Mayor, City Managers, Leader of Caucus of Action SA, the Fabulous 44, all the councillors in the House, a special greetings to the resident of the city of Johannesburg. We as Action SA would like to encourage eligible voters to go out and register this weekend, register to fix South Africa. I rise to speak on items 16, 17, and 18. Specifically on item 17, to a request to council to approve the commencement of the process of reviewing public open space bylaw. Those amendments will assist the JPC to be able to, JPCZ, to be able to enforce its own bylaws with peace officers, JMPD, subs, and subs. JPCZ would be able to carry out an arrest when needed. The amendment also speaks of environmental sustainability for all our open space. The department will also be forced to comply with the health and safety standard to prevent harm to life. As Action SA, a party that believes to the rule of law, we believe that this bylaw will assist the law enforcement and officials to restore the rule of law in our nature reserve. As per our approved policy on law, crime and violence undermines our social stability and economic confidence. We must overhaul our criminal justice system and empower our law enforcement agencies to ensure that criminals and not law-abiding citizens that lives in fear. We therefore, as Action SA, support these items 16, 17, and 18. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Zwane. The EFF, Councillor Dladla.
Speaker, caucus leader of the EFF, the Chief Whip, Councillor Mohapi, our no-nonsense MMC of Safety, Councillor Mtrina, in his absentia, MMC of Health and Social Development, Annie Makaful. We wish to take this opportunity and wish the Chief Whip of Council a speedy recovery. Speaker, the first request is that when doing the advertisement for a public comments on these reviews, we must remember to use local newspapers, radio stations, like for instance, Alex FM, Teta FM, Cosmo News, and Orange Farm News. The hope is that these reviews will attempt to change the turnaround time on grass cutting, the turnaround time on graveling, cleaning, and leveling of formal and informal soccer grounds. Speaker, these public open spaces must be maintained because just in December, the EFF hosted the biggest and best ever soccer tournament in 131 Orange Farm in these public open spaces. We also use all these public open spaces to give food parcels to over 2,000 families over the festive season. In these open spaces must be cleaned, Speaker, because the EFF also used them to provide and give soup kitchen to our residents on a daily basis over the festive season. We also hope that the policy will be advocating for the location of cemeteries not far away from where people are living. That the policy will also come up with ways and means of ensuring safety in our cemeteries. That the policy will also assist us in ensuring that the graveyards themselves are clean and secure. The EFF invites all the citizens, including the families, to go out on the 3rd and the 4th of February 2024 to go and register to vote for the EFF. Now our people are confused. It remains our responsibility to reconfirm, to reiterate, and give clarity wherever there's confusion. Please note that the real meeting of the working class and the poor will be on the 10th of February 2024. The EFF hereby supports the approval of the report per the recommendation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dladla. The ANC, Councillor Kuma.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Revolutionary greetings to the leader of caucus, Councillor Dada Morero, the executive mayor, people of Kwame, the city manager and the COO there. Madam Speaker, allow me to say congratulations to Bafana Bafana for winning against the oppressors. Indeed, it was taking one for the team, for the people of Western Sahara. We're still coming to the second phase of the battle. We're still busy with those ones who think they are supreme. We dealt with them at the ICJ. We're still coming, indeed, the aluta continua. So in terms of the item 16, 17, and 18, we, as the ANC caucus, we approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Kuma. MMC Magwenchu.
Ndiyabulisa Speaker. Ndibulisa kananjalo na executive mayor. Ndinqwenelela kananjalo uchief whip uManzini impilo ekhawulezileyo. I also greet the chair of chairs. Ndibulisa o-MMC bebonke. I also greet all the councillors in the House. Speaker, these bylaws were last reviewed in the year 2013, which is 10 years ago. And as we all know, our environment is not static. It changes from time to time.
I've sent it to you.
We therefore need bylaws that will respond to such changes. And we believe that these bylaws, the reviewing of these bylaws, will address exactly that. Councillor Smith, I want to say, Speaker, the GLU is indeed the government of the people. It is the government of the people of the city of Johannesburg. Does not matter whether you are black, you are white, you are green, you are blue. but we respond to all the issues. We understand all the issues that affect our people. Hence, we are able to proactively respond to those issues. On the issue of digitization of our cemetery records, we are in the process of doing exactly that. Yes, we currently have challenges, various challenges, where we have homeless people that illegally occupy our open spaces, where we have people that illegally remove trees, where we have criminal activities and vandalism of our structures, setting up of illegal fires on open public spaces, slaughtering of livestock, and conducting of traditional rituals in these public open spaces. We believe, Speaker, that through the reviewing of these bylaws, we'll be able to address all these issues. I therefore request that the Council does approve the review of these bylaws. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Magwenchu. Recommendations for item 16 can be found on page 16.2 to page 16.3. Is the item agreed to? The recommendations for item 17 can be found on page 17.4. Is the item agreed to? And then the recommendations for item 18 can be found on 18.12. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
We proceed with item 19, which is a report back on the public participation process in respect of granting control and management of the Johannesburg International Transport Interchange.
Thank you. Councillor Machete, Chair Machete. Yes, Councillor Not. Councillor Machete, just hold on.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The DA would like to ask for a 15-minute caucus break, please.
15 minutes.
It's 15 minutes, guys. Nobody will die, honestly.
Minutes caucus break granted. We're coming back at 5:02. We're coming back at 5:02. We still have a lot of items with all the caucus breaks. Thank you, councillors. Councillor Knott.
Thanks, Madam Speaker, for affording us that time. We're ready to continue.
Can we settle down? I see there's a MOU going on between the EFF at the back and Action SA. They were just shaking the hands of the deal now. Councillor Machete.
Thank you, Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, greeting to you all. Well, I note the public participation report. I would also like to express pressing concerning regarding two crucial roads in Cosmo City that damage agent of the city of Johannesburg. Yes.
Councillors.
The MMC of Transport, Councillor Kenny Kunene, visit our community and assure residents that improvement will be made to these roads. However, date no action has taken. The first road concerned is South African Drive, which is not only in rain, but also require a functionally bridge. The second, Central Africa Republic Road where school bus drop children who they must suffer a 5-kilometer walk to school. Due to the road poor condition, this situation poses a problem for our community, especially young ones trying to access education. Additionally, there was an accident on South African Drive where Johannesburg Road Agency, JRA, and Damaseko start work but left unfinished. Just yesterday, a woman drove on his incomplete road and suffered injury. The accident highlights the immediately dangerous. These poorly maintained roads present to our residents. I have personally appealed the MMC of Transport regarding this issue and appeal to the city, prioritize this road, repair before more injury.
50 seconds, Councillor. You have 50 seconds left.
Oh, okay. Our community safely and well-being should be important, and promise made must be fulfilled quickly, prevent further harm. Thank you, MMC.
Thank you, Councillor Machete. We don't have Councillor Christian, so we'll go to Councillor Mokoka from Action SA. Councillor Machete, can you switch off your mic?
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all councillors this afternoon. We, as the Action SA, would like to support this item. However, we do have some reservation or concerns. We do support it based on the fact that it will have financial beneficials and economic boost to the city. And however, the department has to ensure beneficiaries at the selling stalls are local South Africans, and the process of informal trade policy is adhered to in terms of permits, verification process, and issuing of permits. Secondly, there needs to be a smooth relations between the taxi operators, community members, and business owners for the successful opening of GT. Lastly, we also hope that the managing company will be capacitated to deal with the security around the building and infrastructure. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Myers from the DA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. Speaker, the DA believes in the open opportunity society for all. This item sadly is not served before the Section 79 Oversight Committee. So this does not afford us as committee members an opportunity to deliberate on the contents of this report. There is no fairness for once this report passes through council. What purpose will it serve in Section 79 as it can only then be noted? Because of this, I am left with no choice but then to ask my questions here in this chamber on this particular item. My first point, the public participation process. The item does not include the annexures or the actual registers and minutes of the public input. And we want to know, has all the input been captured? We only have a report, but we don't actually have the annexures to the public meetings itself, such as the minutes and the registers. Number two, colleagues have also raised concerns that the item should have also served before other committees. This includes economic development, which oversees traders, as well as the Johannesburg Property Company, the property company that has a matter of the land parcel that belongs to the South African Post Office, the SAPO, as well as development planning, which has the implementing agency of the Johannesburg Development Agency. Point three, some of the responses by the Transport Department could not be answered, but were merely placed on the back burner for the managing agent to deal with. This item seeks to appoint a managing agent, so how will those questions be asked? It obviously has to appoint a managing agent to address those concerns, so those concerns remain unanswered. Point four, of concern is on page 19.8, where there are several no responses from various city entities. And why is this? Point five, how will the managing agent oversee and manage the facility so that we don't have a repeat of poor management of other facilities which result in non-collection of rentals, etc. Speaker, I have been in this council chamber since 2011, and I've been on many oversights where many public transport facilities have been poorly managed and we've not got the rentals and they've not served the purpose. Point six, what will be the impact on this facility after the explosion of Lillian and Ngoy Street, as this is a major route that affects the transport nodes in the inner city? Point seven, the taxi industry has also expressed interest in managing the facility. Once the managing agent is appointed, how will this cooperation be managed to ensure that the facility functions optimally, there are no stoppages and there's no disruptions? Point eight, can the NMC and the city ensure there won't be disruptions, protests, etc. once the facility begins operation? Like I said, we have seen facilities that have been completed but are not yet operational. And point nine, the financial implications need further clarity, as on page 19.20, towards the bottom, it says that the model is based on assumptions. It speaks of financial potential, but while there is a table, they remain unclear that the city will generate this revenue. We're talking about 72 million annually just on rentals. That equates to about 5 million a month. Again, it's unfortunate that we did not get an opportunity to raise these questions in our Section 79, and we hope this mistake will not be repeated for future items. I do look forward to the response to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Myers. Councillor Lishilo from the EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Revolutionary greeting to our EFF caucus leader, Bapela Rute, Chief Whip Thabisa Morapi, MMC of Health and Social Development, Ramadi Makafola, MMC of Public Safety, Dr. Mugcini Jwaku, and the 29th Battalion of the mighty EFF. As the Economic Freedom Fighters, we welcome the listing of ERF 603 Newtown Extension 1, seeing it as a step aligned with our principle of advocating for the state's custodianship over all land, which can then be leased for productive purposes. However, we emphasize the importance of addressing all raised concerns and issues while ensuring that the perspectives voiced by stakeholders are duly considered. Speaker, as the EFF, we approve the report. Also, I would like to inform everyone to visit the nearest voting station on the 3rd and the 4th of February. Those who never registered to vote and those who want to check if they are appearing on the voters' roll. 2024 is our 1994. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Supe from the ANC. I hope it's pronounced right.
Greetings, Speaker. Mayor of Johannesburg, Kwame. Greetings to greetings to the MMC of ANC, Councillor Loyiso Masugu, Councillor Eunice Mgcina, the loved ones, Zone 15 MMC, Councillor Nomoya Mnisi, Councillor Jack. Speaker, as the ANC caucus, we note and support the item as per recommendation on page 23. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Supe. Executive Mayor. Kwame. MMC Kunene.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just hold on, MMC. Councillor Supe, switch off your mic, please.
She did. Thank you very much, the beautiful Madam Speaker, the handsome, well-dressed Mayor, Kwame. Let me first note the concerns of Councillor Machete. I had a discussion with Councillor Ngwenya earlier this morning, and a promise I make is a promise I keep. They know that I'll be going back to Cosmo. So I have noted that. Let me also respond to Councillor Mayers. It's very interesting that the DA would not oppose or even demand that reports must go to Section 79 when these reports are talking about nature reserves and crematoriums. But when reports are dealing with matters that have got to do with black people in general, they raise these issues of Section 79s. This is an industry that they don't really participate in. GT has been going to and fro from 2021. The taxi associations and the bus associations have engaged me continuously. And I said to them, we will endeavor as the GLU to make sure that it happens. And indeed, Madam Speaker, in less than a year, we have made it happen. Myself and the MMC of Economic Development, MMC Mnisi, has signed off on this report. And we have, with the administration, developed a model of how the procurement process is going to happen, which now sits in the office of the CM, so that everything is above board. And a credible company, project management company, is appointed to manage this massive, very important, legendary project in the city of Johannesburg. We have got illegal bus ranks coming from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and other areas because GT is not operational. GT is an economic hub that is very critical to the revenue collection of the city of Johannesburg. It is an employment hub that is going to give opportunities to hundreds, if not thousands of jobs. Madam Speaker, I am happy that Memukoka Kamani Kamo Action SA supports this report. I am disappointed that Councillor Mayers would doubt what we are trying to achieve with this report. Corruption is going to be dealt with. The process is going to be clean. We are going to make sure we have learned. We have learned. And that is why, Madam Speaker, there's another report that will come to this council. We have learned how to run these operations. I am 12 months as the MMC of Transport. And Madam Speaker, a lot has been achieved in these 12 months. Some of that could not be achieved in 5 years. So I'm appealing to the opposition to support this. It is very important to the transport industry in this country. The issue of protests, we cannot assume that anything that has got to do with black people is going to have protests. No. The stakeholders have been engaged. All the stakeholders have been engaged, the taxi industry, the bus industries, the councillors, and the communities around GT. Everybody is looking forward to GT except the DA. Madam Speaker, I am not happy with the news that I got earlier on, that the drivers of Metrobus decided to abandon the citizens of Johannesburg, young children who had to be picked up coming from school, and they decided to just dump the buses and give us a list of 20 demands that must be responded to today. In as far as I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, we need to take decisive action, and I've spoken to the MD that the drivers cannot hold the citizens of Johannesburg to ransom. They are their bosses, and if they cannot respect their bosses, we must then deal with them within the law. Suspend or fire and employ people who take their job seriously. Salute. Abahambe. Abahambe.
This is irresponsible.
Whoever is doing that, can you please stop, whoever it is? Thank you, councillors. The recommendations are on page 19.23 and 19.24. Is the item agreed to? Do we vote? The yeses have it. The yeses have it. The noes came after. Yes, councillor. Yes, councillor. No, councillor Belinda, there's a hand there. Councillor Mayers.
Thank you. Please note the DA's dissent, but also thank you for the MMC proving my point. Thank you.
Thank you. We note the dissent of the DA. Thank you, councillors.
We're now on item 20, which is approval for the
Yes, councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Also just register for the record the dissent of the Freedom Front on that item. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 20 is an approval for the remuneration of valuation appeal board members policy.
Thank you. Councillor Boer.
Madam Speaker, I've spoken so much today. I'm going to be very short.
I think this remuneration policy looks fine. I'm just afraid that we are going against the court order going back in 2015. We just need to make sure that we are complying with the rule of court and then, of course, with the COGTA recommendations. But for the rest, it looks fine. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Boer. Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. Also going to be very short on this item. It's just a little bit worrisome for our ratepayers that they have to wait till January 2024 to get an item to come through the council and pass, when we knew that the valuation was coming through council on the 1st of July 2023, that we still wait 6 months before it actually comes to council. And for us, it's just the continuous delays that we experience when we should have been on top of these issues, which have come in council in August already. The reports were signed in August. There was no reason why it couldn't appear in August. And again, it's about our forgotten ratepayers and our forgotten residents of Johannesburg. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Councillor from Action SA, Councillor L. Modukanene.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to all councillors in chambers and our guests in the gallery and the residents of the city of Joburg. Action SA welcomes the remuneration of valuation appeal board members policy, especially if this policy will protect the city from litigation like the one in 2015. Speaker, Action SA believes that we cannot talk on the remuneration policy and not talk about the efficiency and the effectiveness of the appeal board. According to legislation, the VAB must convene 60 days after the appeal has been forwarded to the chairperson. But in reality, we see that residents only get to sit in a hearing after 12 to 24 months. While waiting for to sit for a hearing, the residents are unsure on how much to pay or what to pay for. Because as we have seen, the city uses the rule that pay now and argue later. So residents don't really know how much to pay. A case in point is the case of Superlag Investments versus the Valuation Appeal Board in the city of Joburg, where the applicant had to wait 3 years and 2 months for the reasons from the VAB on the appeal. If we're not going to have that conversation, we should expect more cases against the city. And if the VAB continues not to comply with legislated timeframes, then it simply means that they are not efficient or effective, and that we are not getting value for money. Speaker, on that note, Action SA approves the policy, but we say in the interest of the city and her residents, the VAB must be taken to task regarding their timeframes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rafferty, PA.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, Executive Mayor, all MMCs, all councillors. I greet you all. Let me also just start by congratulating Bafana on a sterling victory. As you know, Bagania Sai, we start things. It was evident through evidence. As the Patriotic Alliance, we support this item, but I just want to caution, having read through this report, what is concerning, Madam Speaker, is the fact that hey, it seems like we are becoming gluttons for punishment. Instead of paying the R1, now we had to dog out 15 Rand. So we must learn from those lessons that some of the things we can address internally, but when work is done, someone must get paid. It's just fair, but we need to ensure that the monitoring of those payments are done adequately and we do the right thing. With that said, we support this item. Abahambe!
Thank you, Councillor Rafferty. Councillor Netemba, EFF.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF, Bapela Rute, Chief Whip of the EFF, Thabisa Mogapi, and the 29th Battalion of the EFF. I raise on item 20, approval for the remuneration of valuation appeal board members. Speaker, the EFF approves with the following condition: that qualified and competent individuals who have the people of the city at heart are appointed. We will not tolerate brotherhood appointment that will further collapse the finance of the city. That members are paid for the work done only and in accordance to the National Treasury Circular 20.2.2 and nothing more. That money claimed for researched by members be accompanied by the research itself in order for the city to determine if the claim is valid. That the VAB members remained independent. We have enough politics, and anyone seeking a political position must go campaign on the ground like all of us and leave board's appointment to credible individuals that will focus on the work. Speaker, the idea that members must be paid for travel time from private location to work must never be entertained. Individual appointment must not seek to enrich themselves. However, their primary focus, like all of us, should be on servicing the city and having deep care for its finance. This policy on 6.2.2 COJ condition of the appointment states that a VAB member will be remunerated for the hours of work, will be reimbursed for traveling in terms of kilometers, and will be reimbursed for data used for visual online meetings. Speaker, another condition is that there must be a clear monitoring system in order to avoid heavily claim that can further cripple the city finance. Speaker, we trust that COCTA will not let the city down during the appointment process and ensure that all appointment members do what they are expected and paid to do. We will not be shy as the EFF to call for a disbandment of this board should there be a need. Ours is to ensure that money spent by the city works for our people directly or indirectly. Therefore, it must be noted that we will not tiptoe around a lazy board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Sandani, ANC.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to the chairperson of the caucus of the ANC in absentia, the Honorable Mayor Kwame, and the Speaker as well. We as the ANC, we would like to ask this House to approve this item. We move for the approval of the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Masuku.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'll start with the question from Councillor Boer. We also did at length have a discussion on this, and the clarity was provided that the court actually gave a non-declaratory order, meaning that it doesn't have to be enforced, unlike what a precedent would do, and therefore, for us to deal with issues of double dipping, we should then have a policy or a mechanism to deal with whatever was the problem. COCTA also is very much aware of the challenges that we've been going through, and we've had various consultation with COCTA to address this and outline how the remuneration should work. And post the COJ engagements, COCTA has also said that, in fact, all municipalities should look at having a policy to actually deal with remuneration of the valuation appeal board members, and the explanation is further provided on page 20.4 without me necessarily going into detail on the matter. But I think that the response clarifies that. Councillor Santana, your point is noted that we just took long to do the work. We should have endeavored to do it before the sign, but there's still the 2024, 2025, so we'll be fine for the years to come. And I think the spirit of the policy is to actually literally just deal with the challenges that we've faced as the city of Johannesburg. I also thank you, Councillor Sindani and Councillor Rafferty. Suckers for punishment, fair enough in the sense that we have to wait and then do things in the sense that we could have probably developed these policies in advance. But I think local government evolves. All of us have been in this space, and local government evolves, and we must be able to then, as time and space moves on, develop policies that actually guide us and assist us to be better in our governance prescripts. So we ask Council to approve the policy. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations are on page 20.6. Is the item agreed to? Thank you.
Item 21 is City Power's 20-year independent power purchase program.
Councillor Smith.
Speaker, I withdraw on this item as well.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Petka.
Madam Speaker, and everybody else, and all protocol observed. We are actually calling for this item to be withdrawn. This report is very elaborate and extremely open-ended. The item was added ad hoc to the agenda without having served before the Section 79. Due to the impact over the next 20 years that this will have on the city, it should have been properly investigated by a number of Section 79 committees. The fact that there are blanket calls for exemption from finance and procurement procedures is not feasible, as it opens the door for possible corrupt and dubious appointments. In actual fact, it should be seen as a backdoor for cadre deployment, and as a perfect reflection of what the coalition of, I shall not repeat the word, is all about. Let's make no mistake, we support the general idea, as we, the DA, started this process already when Bapela was the mayor of this once great city. But you cannot place a major document such as this with huge financial implications before us out of the blue without proper investigation and analysis by the relevant bodies, and try to squeeze it through while bypassing all protocol and regulations. Even in the technical terms, there are flaws that will greatly impact the value chain, as the engineering and construction standard is based on 25 years and not 20 years as proposed here. This difference of 5 years will make it 20% influence on the prices quoted by prospective suppliers, as the costs and recoup of such has to be done in a much shorter time span. This is just a sample of how the failure of proper oversight would plunge the city into further chaos rather than solve an ongoing problem. As Amos Masondo and the tarring of Soweto was mentioned, I'm old enough to have been a councillor at the time. I have to quote Amos Masondo, as North Riding was overnight turned into high density from agricultural in order to milk all incoming revenue. He said in council, I will use all the rates and taxes from the North Riding to task Soweto. This resulted, yeah, you think it's funny, I believe you. This resulted in substandard design and workmanship on infrastructure in North Riding, which is the root cause of the current horrid conditions that residents in North Riding have to endure. Yet another failure by the ANC. Therefore, we will not and cannot support this item. Thank you.
Action SA, Councillor Munyayi.
Thanks, Speaker. Ndimadekwana. Nditamo chipinge ichi ndilumelise caucus leader yacho, unobuhle Mthembu. Ndidove ndilumelise na zikhanselara za Action SA. Speaker, before I can even address the matter in hand, someone here stood up unprovoked and lectured us about the history. I would like to remind him, under his government since 1994, buildings in the inner city are being hijacked by foreign nationals. What have you done? Nothing. 60% of young people are unemployed. What have they done? Nothing. What happened regarding the 1 million houses that you promised people in Alexander? Nothing. You continue to disrespect South African young people, giving them 350. Don't worry, 2024 is around the corner. Speaker, in line with our Action SA adopted policy, adopted 11 policy, energy is one of the policy adopted. As Action SA, we have made a commitment that we will eliminate Eskom monopoly in the electricity market by allowing independent power producer to produce electricity.
Councillor, can you have a seat? There's a hand with a point of order.
Can the Speaker kindly tell us about 11 million that was stolen by Mashaba? Thank you very much.
Councillor. Councillor, can you continue with your speech? And can you ask your colleagues there of Action SA to minimize their noise?
Thanks, Speaker. As Action SA, we would like to remind this House that Action SA last year took Eskom to court, and the court ruled that load shedding is unconstitutional as it infringed on the basic rights, unconstitutional as it infringed on the basic right of South African. And the court ruled
on this side, please.
And the court ruled in favor of Action SA, requests that hospitals, schools, and police station must be exempted from load shedding. Guess what? Instead, for Eskom/ANC address the concern raised by the court ruling, the Eskom and the ANC decided to spend the taxpayers' money to appeal the ruling. As Action SA, we do grant the city power permission to pursue approval to embark on the 20 years independent power producers program for the new generation capacity. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor from the EFF, Councillor Makasi. Sorry, Councillor Mkasi.
I understand the Speaker. Thank you, Speaker, again. Greetings to our 29 ground forces deployed by the EFF, led by the chairperson, Bapela, City of Johannesburg residents, Speaker, it is very important to remind the people of South Africa about the biggest political gathering that will take place on the 10th of February 2024 in KZN Moses Mabhida Stadium, where we'll outline the clear program of action of the EFF government, which will go together with a report back on mandate given to us by voters since we became part of government in different municipalities and being part of provincial legislature and parliament. On this date, we will be making commitments in front of the entire country, not promises. Speaker, this upcoming weekend on the 3rd and the 4th is the voter registration weekend. We call on all those who qualify to register to vote to visit their nearest voting station, to update their address, check their names, and register to vote. Voting is one of the rights which black people were denied to exercise during the white-only government. All citizens have to know that the most strong weapon in their hands is vote. No number of protests or strike will deliver economic freedom in our lifetime, but your pen will liberate you. Speaker, on item 21, City Power's 20 years independent power purchase program, as the economic freedom fighters who hold a very strong view that the term for this program have to at least align with the political office. But nevertheless, as the economic freedom fighters, we approve the recommendations. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor from the ANC, Councillor T. Madiba.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, one must say that we are not surprised if there's someone in this chamber that disagrees to this item. Again, not everyone in this chamber will agree with this item. They never liked us anyway. And we know that. They know for a fact that this item, if it passes, then the people, the poorest of the poorest, will be the one that will be benefiting, because they are advantaged enough to benefit in any way that they were benefiting historically. So, that's why they are not talking about mixed energy. It is because of they can use their own money and buy their own solars, so that our black people at the end of the day are the ones who are suffering. Speaker, this item seeks the approval of council to allow City Power to get in a 20-year independent.
Take your seat.
They never like that. Man.
Councillor, can you carry on?
Oh, Nekiriki point of order. Speaker, item 21 seeks the approval of council to allow City Power to get in a 20-year independent power purchase program. And the reason for that is to achieve sustainable service delivery. This is for residents of Johannesburg to have access to electricity, reducing reliance on Eskom, energy mix, and stability of the network, and minimal outages. The residents of Johannesburg deserves better, and we know that the GLU will be able to implement that. Hence, Speaker, you will then get people who, councillors who will then have a challenge with this, then talking about oversight and all that. It is the reality that this council is the highest decision-making structure, and therefore, if we take a decision to implement this, then the oversight will then be done by Section 79. So there's nothing wrong with starting with council, then follow with oversight by Section 79. With that said, Speaker, we have noted that we already have security for the 24th event at Moses Mabhida. And now we are just being told that after the main event on the 24th of February, we will be having cleaners on the 10th of March in making sure that they clean Moses Mabhida. We urge the 44 ward to also assist by making sure that traffic ayibikhona eNatali nge-24 February 2024. With that, we request Council as the African National Congress to approve this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor. Aipo. If we find that councillor will be outside. Very serious. Councillor Rainton.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask if you can, we changed our speakers list just to add an additional councillor.
I'm not done
before.
with the list, Councillor
Okay,
Rainton.
thank you. Just because normally it's higher up.
I'm
Thank
not
you.
done with the list, Councillor Rainton. Councillor Jacobs from the DA.
Executive Mayor, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, all protocol observed. Quote, when plunder becomes a way of life, men create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it. Unquote. I rise to speak on item 21. Madam Speaker, let it be noted that this item has not passed through the Programming Committee, and according to Rule 62, Section 1, the Programming Committee must determine all business of the Council. This has not happened. Item 21 requires the oversight and concurrence of the Section 79 Committee. Therefore, this item cannot be considered an urgency item. The City Power Business Plans, dated 23rd of October 2023, was presented to the Section 79 Committee, and the information pertaining to the IPP program was as scarce as a GLU MMC. The Democratic Alliance members questioned the progress of IPP's, independent power producers, and the strategy, to which City Power officials advised that IPPs were awarded in August 2023. The Democratic Alliance members requested a report pertaining to the IPP business plans and the detail pertaining to the awarded IPP tenders. This should have been presented at the end of the November 2023 sitting, and this was not forthcoming. It is therefore very concerning that City Power is requesting exemptions in terms of Section 120 of the MFMA without motivation and without the feasibility study. The feasibility study would ensure that this Council and Section 79 would be able to make an informed decision, thereby not disadvantaging the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, agreeing to free a city entity from obligations or liability that protects the taxpayer and city assets without just motivation is reckless, especially considering that City Power finds themselves in a deficit of 19 billion. More than ever, Section 120 of the MFMA needs to be firmly in place in order to allow for proper scrutiny of the affairs of taxpayers' money. Lest we forget, Madam Speaker, we are accountable to the ratepayers. Therefore, if they decide to rates boycott a GLU government that abuses their money, then it remains the people's prerogative. The GLU government are not the bosses of our residents. The residents are our bosses. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, it appears that a precedent is being set in these chambers to ignore Section 79 committees, programming committees, even overlooking and bypassing the MFMA and other legislature which has been put in place to protect the taxpayers of the city of Johannesburg.
57 seconds.
Our city is burning and people are dying as the GLU administration continue on this destructive path of treating the city as their personal piggy bank. Madam Speaker, I humbly and strongly urge fellow councillors to think about the ramifications of supporting an item that removes transparency and accountability from this council and the entities. The Democratic Alliance cannot support this item. Thank you.
MMC Squaler. MMC Squaler. MMC
My babu. Thanks very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me put it in record that maybe I should remind councillors on my right, literally right, even ideologically on the right. I'm saying there was an energy in Daba a couple of years ago where a lot of discussion were held around the issue of IPPs. And council money was spent in a particular council energy in Daba. So we are actually implementing what was discussed there. So I don't know why now, because if administration has changed, they have changed their ideas. But unlike them, we don't flush away everything that we find in the system. If there are matters that we think will benefit our people, residents of COJ, we carry on with it. So, but today you are proving the point to the residents of how hypocritical you can be. On the Kanyela, Basho Shad, Namadu Sasenja. But I'm going to get bong with suggestions to support this program. Madam Speaker, this is part of the COJ energy mix that we are in fact making sure that it comes or becomes a reality. I can't overemphasize the importance of Kelvin Power Station here. Everybody knows that 13% of our power comes from them. And in fact, the northern suburb of Johannesburg gets supplied by the very same power, Kelvin. But I must also indicate, Speaker, that in the country as a whole, if you want to get it right in terms of security of energy, you can't have ideas in isolation from what happens in the province and national. You should have a very integrated plan that talks about the whole entire sphere of government. So in here, we're not working alone, Speaker. After this, I think we shall then come back to council to request for public participation. I'm requesting council to note this item. Thanks very much.
Thank you, MMC. The recommendations can be found on page 21.13. Is the item agreed to?
Slowly, no alone.
The yeses have it. Councillor Van Dijk. Van Dijk.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it's Van Dijk. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Please note the DA's dissent on this item.
Thank you, Councillor Van Dijk.
Councillors, we are on item 22, which is changes in membership of the Municipal Public Accounts Committee.
Councillor Baloy, EFF.
Thank you very much. Greetings to the chairperson of the 29 Battalion, to the Chief Whip, our MMC, Speaker, Mayor, and your executive committee members. All our guests that are in our midst today, I thank you. Speaker, let me just take this opportunity to wish a speedy recovery to one of our own, our Chief Whip. May you recover speedily wherever you are, so that you can join us back. Speaker, with this opportunity that is given to me here, let us all use this opportunity to avoid what was once called a poor white problem. Some of the people that paged the Bantu education like I did knew exactly what Bantu education is. And they will tell you about poor white problem. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. I was going to go through.
Councillor, can you just take a seat? Councillor Knott.
Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. Sorry, for clarity, can you just confirm what item we're on? Because we're getting a bit confused. Thank you.
Councillor Baloy, can you please proceed?
Thank you very much, Speaker,
Item
for your
22.
kindness. And thanks, Councillor Knott. You are 100% right. We are on item 22. I thought maybe you heard the secretary when they mentioned. So, but it brings me back to the poor white problem. Farmers left, during the 18th centuries, farmers left their farm to come to Johannesburg in the pursuit of greener pastures. I just want to highlight here that those that are on the right,
Councillor, can you carry on with your speech?
Leadership is not something that is acquired through color. You cannot acquire leadership through color. I just want to state clearly that even if those that are sitting on the right, they had their flops, like what farmers did. They left farmers with their wife to rush to Johannesburg in pursuit of gold, while they knew they had no machine to dig. They depended on British people. So today, don't make yourself smart. You once called this country a dark continent. The very same of you that are sitting there.
Councillor. 1 minute left.
Oh. With this 1 minute, I would love to approve the item 22 and accept all those people that are deployed in that category. They're going to do well because they're under this government, which has got a light, which has got educated. It's an African table. We'll sit in it as we like. Thank you very much.
The ANC, Councillor Mbengwa. ANC, Councillor Mbengwa, ANC. Councillor Mbengwa, before you sit, I'm not sure. Councillor Belinda has a point of order for you.
On me
but
before
let's
I
see.
speak.
Councillor Belinda.
Speaker, I'd like to call a point of order on you. Firstly, my hand was up and you either purposely ignored me or didn't see me while Councillor Baloy was speaking, because I wanted to raise the point at the time. So I want clarity whether you are now silencing the opposition from speaking and raising points of orders, and if that is the precedence that's going to be set in this House.
Councillor Belinda, I didn't see you, and why would I want people not to speak? I didn't see you. I've given everybody that their hands was up a chance to speak. I did not see you. I didn't see you doing that, raising your hand. So unfortunately, apologies for not seeing you. I really apologize, but I was busy connecting with the secretary next to me. There was something urgent. Thank you. Councillor Mbengwa?
Okay. Watch Speaker Randy Made Kwanavudi na watu wote wa pano South Africa. Ndiko imapano ndo imera item number 22. Maybe Speaker, I would suggest the following, man, before I speak. as you gave me a lot of 10 minutes, but I'm going to use only 2. That in your responsibilities as a custodian of us as councillors, maybe organize some psychologists that will deal with our emotions. We are very, 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 very angry and all those things. So you must maybe look at those issues.
Can you
so that we
continue
can have
to
a
the
proper
item?
decorum here. Madam Speaker, I'm rising on item number 22, which is the MPEC of the city, and is to welcome the members that have come there. We are really appreciating, we're looking forward and welcome those members that we are going to have a serious impact on the city and make people accountable. As I exit, I just wanted to remind and reiterate that 2024 is 2024, and the ANC is still going to win the elections. And everybody is welcome at Moses Mabhida. The remarkable issue there on the Moses Mabhida 24 February is that there is no mkhunu that will destabilize anything. We are fine. So we are inviting everybody. Because what happened, the embarrassment that happened in Orlando and in Hammanskraal is not going to happen there. I sit down.
Chair Rafferty.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just before I ask for the approval of the changes of membership, I just need to remind councillors of the councillors' code of conduct that was given to all of us as we proceed in this new year. We know we're going into the election season, but we still are bound to fulfill our duties as councillors in the city of Johannesburg. We have seen in the past, there's a lot of councillors that do not attend Section 79 meetings. And I need to highlight that that is exactly where we go wrong. Because we say we want to keep the city accountable and we need to do what is right for our residents, but we don't attend meetings. So I appeal with everybody. Amidst the silly season that will be coming, we still have a job to do until you are promoted elsewhere. Salute to all the residents of the city of Johannesburg. If you have not registered, 3rd and 4th, Mundi Baizani. Salute massacres.
Thank you, Councillor Rafferty. The recommendations of this item is on page 22.2. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, Councillor.
Councillors, we move to motions, which is item 8. And the first motion is for an assessment to be done in terms of upgrading an informal taxi rank and vendor space, and for the report with recommendations to come back to council for subsequent consideration and possible approval.
The proposer of the motion is Councillor J. Horwitz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to Madam Speaker and fellow councillors, all protocol observed. Almost 50% of our citizens are unemployed. Our youth are most badly affected. Small and medium-sized businesses play a major role in most economies, but more so in developing countries. The World Bank states that SMEs account for the majority of businesses worldwide and are important contributors to job creation and global economic development. They represent about 90% of businesses and more than 50% of employment worldwide. Formal SMEs contribute up to 40% of national income in emerging economies. These numbers are significantly higher when informal SMEs are included, which is the case in South Africa today. Millions of jobs are needed now to combat the 50% or so of the unemployment rate right here in South Africa. This makes SME development a high priority for the DA. In my travels around my ward and Alex Township generally, speaking to people who either have a micro or small business or would like to start one, there are two issues that stand out time and again. The first is not, as you might think, startup capital. No, it is space to set up a business and to trade from. The DA's policy for job creation is inextricably linked with its policy for SMEs. Supporting SMEs by providing infrastructure will make business easier, and more businesses that are capable of employing people, the more jobs will be created. For too many South Africans, the political freedom achieved in 1994 has not been matched with economic freedom. The fact that 1 out of every 2 South Africans does not have a job is the clearest and most devastating expression and consequence of this lack of economic freedom. Yes, the legacy of apartheid casts a long shadow. It continues to hold back many black South Africans from enjoying equal access to economic opportunities. It is one of the main structural causes of poverty and inequality. That is why the DA supports measures to redress the legacy of the past, provided they broaden opportunities beyond an elite band of beneficiaries and which promote growth and jobs. No country can create jobs or include more people in the economy without economic growth. This insight informs the DA's plan for growth and jobs. Without opportunity, there can be no economic freedom. And without economic freedom, society is much less fair. As we prepare to form part of government later this year, we will, over the short and medium term, refocus and refine our economic priorities so as to create a nation of entrepreneurs by making it easier for South Africans to start and grow their own small business. We know of many huge businesses trading internationally that started in a garage or a basement or a spare
10
room.
seconds left.
People don't say nearly as much about how a business started with no funding. This is why we need space, and the location opposite the Edenvale Hospital is an ideal space to set up a formal taxi rank and... Thank you, Speaker.
Do we agree to this motion? Hmm? Can we then have the seconder? Yes. Can we have the seconder?
Thank you. Okay, I'm just going to have to hold it. I don't like doing that, but in any case, because it looks like I'm leaning on something and I'm not. Madam Speaker, I thank you. Good evening to all and all protocol observed. I rise in support of this motion. My counterpart, Councillor Horwitz, has already indicated the economic opportunities that come out of what we are requesting as a political party. What I want to go on and say is that there are more than just economic opportunities that will stem or flow from this if we are able to conduct the report which has been requested. This shouldn't be all that expensive to do, and I think that we would be doing the right thing for a lot of the residents in the city of Johannesburg. You know, Councillor Rafferty mentioned earlier that the silly season is on its way. Well, you know, Councillor Rafferty and everybody else, I think the silly season is unfortunately already here. And we want to find at times like this more occasion and opportunity as to what differentiates us as opposed to what unites us. And what I want to argue is that this is a good cause, which is something which we as a collective body sitting here tonight can actually allow to unite us to do the best that we can as we promulgate and promise to do for the residents of Johannesburg. We will be doing something positive for the residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, the other point that I'd like to make in this regard is that very often new developments go up and we don't incorporate the necessary space or even discussions to determine if this is needed, and if there is, then where the necessary space will be for taxi ranks. So the informality of taxi ranks is a factor which abounds. We have an opportunity to formalize something, to put up structures, to assist people, so that when it rains, those people who go to Edenvale Hospital to go and visit people, the staff from the hospital and others will be able to shelter from the rain, and I think that is a humane thing to do. And this is besides, again, the economic opportunities. So, you know, I think that we need to support this because it would be doing the right thing. Madam Speaker, this is the last point. I think it would be remiss of me, because every other political party in this chamber has done so today, to invite all of those who would like to come, and we welcome you to do so, to our manifesto launch in Tshwane on the 17th of February. You're all welcome. Thank you.
MMC Kunene. MMC Kunene.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I really love Councillor Howarth. When she speaks, it's so soothing. And she is such a good person. Even when we do work in Bramley and Alex, she is such a darling. Madam Speaker, we signed a protocol agreement with the taxi industry as the transport department. The taxi industry is the only industry that does feasibility study in 2 days. They send taxis when they see a settlement. When the taxi comes with 3 people in the morning, they send another one during lunchtime. And when it comes with 2 people, they send another one in the evening. And tomorrow they will send another one. When it comes full, feasibility study has been done, and therefore they now have an informal taxi rank where they're going to operate. They are very quick. We have signed this. We have signed this protocol agreement with the taxi industry, with Santago and NTA, precisely because we want them to advise us on where the taxi ranks must be formalized, on what interventions the city can make in the industry. The vendor spaces in the city of Joburg has been taken over by the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis and other illegal immigrants. Before we can talk about vendor spaces at the taxi rank, we must deport all these illegal immigrants so that South Africans don't have to compete with people who don't have papers here. We must implement what South Africans deserve and say abahambe. Once we have mass deported them, we can then talk about these vendor spaces. We can talk about funding young entrepreneurs to take over these vendor spaces because at the moment, they don't have funding and they are competing with people who are funded internationally to take over the economy that must be controlled by our people in the townships, and they misuse it. So, Madam Speaker, in as much as I appreciate Councillor Howitt, I must then ask the House to reject this motion. We will depend and rely on those who have got the expertise, which is the taxi industry. And from our meetings recently, they have not asked for any informal taxi rank to be formalized. They know better, they live there, they eat there, and they operate from there. Madam Speaker, let me conclude by saying, we have partners to go to every time we leave council. And I've noticed that people ask for caucuses, even on small things. And I'm appealing to councillors. If you don't have a partner to go to, we have. Let us respect time as we are in this council. I want to thank you, Madam Speaker, and say abahambe.
Councillor Belinda. Councillor Belinda.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You've just proven what I said earlier. You allowed the Speaker to continue and ignored my hand, even when I called, Madam Speaker. So it's clear that you are silencing the opposition. Thank you very much.
Councillor Belinda, I called your name and the Speaker carried on. Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, MMC Kunene, for your very kind words. MMC, this is not a pop-up taxi rank or an overnight operation. This taxi rank has been present across from Edenvale Hospital for, sure, as long as I've ever travelled Braamfontein Road, and that's going back some years. To ask something further in terms of the agreement that you have with the Taxi Association, in the first place, why are we giving over responsibilities of the city of Joburg to a third party that has a conflict of interest? And secondly, why is it that councillors are not aware of this? Perhaps I've missed it in a notice or a press release. And thirdly, why is it that us councillors, particularly ward councillors, are not pulled into the conversations that are ongoing around where to place taxi ranks? Because we really do know our wards exceptionally well, and being ignored in this fashion is a little rude, if you don't mind me saying so. I do agree with your contention that we must deport illegal immigrants. I use those words advisedly because let's call a illegal immigrant an illegal immigrant. But we cannot wait for that to happen. That is...
Councillor Myers.
Speaker, when Councillor Howitz was talking about, and she mentioned the word illegal immigrant, one of the councillors from that side said that she is one of them. They must withdraw.
Do you know who the councillor is?
I don't know, but it must be withdrawn.
Councillors, councillors, councillors. Can we get to the bottom of this, please? Councillor Myers, do you know who it is? Councillors, whoever passed the remark, can we not do that, please? Right now, I cannot point the person, but can we not do that? Thank you. Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague, Councillor Myers, for protection. I'm not bothered by nonsense mutterings from the left. It's when you get personal that you know you've lost the
Councillor, you
argument.
have 18 seconds left.
So whilst I agree that we must deport illegal immigrants, we cannot wait for that. That's passing the buck. And we don't have the time, the luxury of time for that. What we need is critical now. We need job creation. And this is the ideal way in which to get that.
Councillor Rainton. Councillor Howard, your time was up when Councillor Rainton did what she did. Your time was up, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, ma'am. Councillors, can we not do what we do? Councillor Rainton, you were asked by your deputy chief whip that you don't do what you did. So can we please, on both sides, not do those things? Councillor MMC Kunene has just said, some of you have partners to go home to. I don't. I can stay here the whole night. But I'm saying, Councillor Kunene just made it public that people have partners to go home to. So and there's no dinner tonight. So can we please just carry on? Yes, Councillor at the back. Yes, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. I don't know who said that lady is she's an illegal
The
immigrant.
councillor.
Yeah, but I just wanted to find out if Chan van Riebeck and the likes, when
No,
they came,
Councillor,
did
no.
they have passports?
No, Councillor, no.
Did they have
no,
passports?
Let's not go there. Let's not go there. Okay, can we... Councillor Rainton, asseblief toch. Councillor, can we now see who agrees with the motion? Those that are in agreement, can we see? Can we, by a show of hands? Can lower your hands. Those not in favor? Sit. Oh. You can lower your hands. Those that abstain? No one. Councillor Shea is on his feet, I think he's abstaining. Thank you, councillors. The results are as follows. Abstain, no, 0. No, 116. Yes, 101. The item is not carried. Someone's mic is on somewhere.
Councillors, we proceed with motion 2, which is for inspection of pipe blockage likely caused by the tree roots.
Councillor Belinda or Councillor Knott, 2 hands were up.
She's just helping me get your attention. Madam Speaker, the questions that were uploaded, the written questions, again, the attachments are icons. They are, you can't interact with them. So nobody can access the attachments that are on that PDF. I just want to raise it now so that it can be uploaded before we leave. Thank you.
I think the executive is taking note. Okay. Thanks, Acting Secretary.
Motion 2 is for inspection of pipe blockage likely caused by the tree roots at 6976 Thomas Molepo Street in River Park in Lombardy East in Ward 81, Region E, and concomitant resolution of badly blocked curb inlet across the road.
Councillor Horwitz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocol observed. The background to this motion is that River Park, when it was built a couple of decades ago, the curb inlets and stormwater drainage was not signed off at the end of construction. And the end result is that the Joburg Roads Agency has effectively ignored all requests for assistance to unblock drains and to maintain the curb inlets there. Now, this particular drain, or this particular curb inlet, is in the middle of a driveway and is blocked time and time again. We've had JRA out to unblock this curb inlet at least twice, and both times the residents have come out to explain the problem, and JRA officials have also discussed the problem with me. So it is through those submissions that I was able to determine that the main problem for this particular curb inlet seems to be that a tree has grown over where the stormwater drain was placed, and the tree roots have, in all probability, grown through the drain, broken it, and effectively has blocked the drain completely. We've just had humongous rains, and of course we have flooding yet again. So this is quite an urgent matter now, because we need to remove the tree or somehow find a way to remove the roots from the stormwater drain. I would also like to mention that we have so few jet vacs. At the time that the last unblocking occurred, there was exactly one jet vac available for the entirety of the city of Joburg. I understand some additional jet vacs have been bought in the meantime, and that was thanks to a colleague of mine's motion a couple of council meetings ago, so I do thank you. I think that was Councillor Marema. So all I'm really asking here is for an investigation, a formal investigation to be made into what is causing the blockage, whether or not this can be confirmed to be the tree, and if it is the tree, to have the tree suitably removed, or else to put in some sort of remedial action that prevents this stormwater drain from blocking time and time again. Thank you.
Do we agree to the motion? Councillor Rambane. Councillor Rambane.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good evening to all councillors. When the Speaker asked the question whether does the councillors agree, I looked at Councillor Kunene and Councillor Marema to read their lips. They said no. And I want to say one thing. Councillor Marema, that area is in your constituency.
Councillor Rambane.
District is
Councillor
in your
Rambane,
constituency.
please.
I want to mention that that voting district is in Councillor Marema constituency. And children, when there's a blockage, we have young children that walk in the streets when they are going to school in the morning. Houses next to the area, they get flooded. There's a picture. You could see the picture there. We're talking about everyday thing that is happening, which we are saying, we are pleading that MMC, please reconsider for the benefit of our community. MMC, I know maybe your children, they live in Santini, don't have those kind of issues that our young black children are getting affected with every day. And communities, when they're flooded, their houses are flooded, and you say no. Just to remove the tree and clean the blocked pipe. And I'm telling you, I'm going to tell the people of River Park that the ANC, the PA, and their partners, they refused to clean the pipe. Thank you very much.
Councillor David Green, Councillor David Green from Action SA.
Good evening, Madam Speaker, councillors and guests in the chamber and the caucus of Action SA. Action SA believes in creating a professional public service where there is timely resolutions of service delivery requests. However, we do not want to set the wrong precedent that it is okay for entities to fail at their mandate. There are escalation protocols that should be followed. There are urban inspectors whose task is literally in its name, to inspect. In the event that service level agreements on turnaround times have lapsed, there's also an option for written questions to the relevant MMC. So let us not be complicit to the dereliction of duties by our city entities, but hold these entities accountable to their own mandate and for the benefit of our residents and in the interests of a functioning city. For these reasons, Action SA does not support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Kunene.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am 12 months, so 11, yeah. Thank you for correction. You've been counting for me. And when I saw this motion, with this short time that I've been here, I understood that this did not require a motion. The councillor should have just become a citizen, log a call, be in the queue like the rest of the citizens, get a reference number, and JRA comes out. But she still has animal farm benefits because she can talk to me. She can talk to MMC Makwenchu. She has spoken to me before, and we have gone to her ward. We have responded to her call to me, asking that JRA must do interventions. And Madam Speaker, when I started here, in my first few council sittings, I said I will never politicize service delivery. We will service everyone. And I've done so to many other councillors in the opposition. So let us not waste time. Councillor Howitz must wait for a reference number.
Can you just have a seat quickly, please? Councillor Butkow, on what point are you raising? Rising?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To report things is one thing, but especially when you report it to the MMC and he doesn't respond, that's another story. Thank you.
MMC, can you carry on with your...
I want to thank Councillor David Green. She stole my words. Let them follow that protocol. This thing is not a motion, Madam Speaker. It's a reference number matter. Get a reference number, stand in the queue. Otherwise, use your proximity to me. Call me, I'm available. 079-599, wow, 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 wow. Bye. Abahambe.
MMC, thank you. Councillor Howard.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Howard.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and fellow debaters. Oh, if only it were so easy as logging a call and having JRA respond. I'm not trying to jump a queue. Last year, I logged myself around 18 or so of these curb inlets being blocked just in River Park. And the residents logged just as many themselves. We have 30 at least curb inlets blocked in River Park. The last time JRA were out, they cleared exactly 4 and promised they'd be back to do more. We haven't seen them. It's been months. Come on, don't be disingenuous. Come out, clear our curb inlets, clear our storm drains, and get it done for once and for all. It's not too much to ask when it's merely service delivery that you should be providing as a matter of course. You shouldn't be applauded for being a fish in water. Thank you.
Okay, can we have those that's in favor of the motion lift their hands? You may put down your hands. Those not in favor? Those not in favor of the motion? Where's Auntie? You can lower your hands now. Those that abstain, Those that abstain? Do we have 2 action essays that abstain?
Yes, 66.
Thank you, councillors. 66 yes, 150 no, and no abstain. The item is not carried. Thank you.
We are now on motion 3, which is recommending an urgent investigation into the illegal dumping of health or medical waste on the open land opposite the FNB Stadium in the city of Johannesburg.
The proposer is Councillor N. Johnson.
Speaker, I would like to withdraw the motion.
Thank you.
We proceed with motion 5, which is recommending that the city of Johannesburg awards,
Councillor Not.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. The DA caucus has urgent business they need to attend to. Unfortunately, we are going to have to leave. We thought we would be done, Council, by this time. Unfortunately, there were delays at the start, but we would just like to inform you. Thank you.
Go to the next item.
Motion 5 is recommending that the city of Johannesburg awards Ndate Papsi Mlangeni with the Freedom of the City as the highest honor of recognition.
On item 4.
Oh, my apologies, councillors. We are on item 4, which is recommending that all shacks in Adelaide, Tambo informal settlement, and all surrounding informal settlements must be audited. Thanks.
Councillor Mazwai.
Councillor Maswazi, Speaker.
Apologies, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. Greetings to you, Speaker. You see, the benefit of being part of the GLU is that there's cooperation. So we have decided that this motion will be withdrawn and the MMC of Human Settlement will be dealing with the matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillors, please, please. Go.
We are on motion 5, which is recommending that the city of Johannesburg awards and Tate Papsi Mlangeni with the Freedom of the City as the highest honor of recognition.
Councillor Mnyameni.
It's out, Speaker.
Okay. Next one. The second, Councillor Nzimande. Ndlela. Ageko. The motion falls away.
Motion 6 is requesting the City of Johannesburg to supply adequate cleaning material for all local clinics in our metro.
Councillor Z. Matope. Councillor Matope. Okay, where's the seconder? Nzimande. Okay.
Motion 7 is recommending that the City of Johannesburg Metropolitan Municipality conducts a comprehensive feasibility study to assess the viability of distributing 5,000-litre water tanks to qualifying residents within the municipality.
Councillor Mosetla. Mike. To your neighbor. Go to your neighbor, Councillor Mosetla.
It's there. Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm withdrawing the motion for proper structuring. We'll come back in the next meeting. Thank you.
Technical error.
Lastly, we are on motion 8, which is recommending that the City Council resolve to prioritize the refurbishment of Apollo lights in the specified areas during the upcoming budget adjustment.
Councillor Tsedo. Councillor Zita. Yo. It falls away. The motion falls away.
We are now on announcements.
Councillors, thank you very much for your contribution today in the meeting. The meeting has been adjourned. I thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
I thought they were going to get us.
Okay.